each other's humanity, because you can feel and see these humans. And this is how this looks in Zurich. No, yes, thank you. So you can see there's different people showing up, and I don't know if you can see it from back there. What makes me especially proud is that we reached a very diverse group of individuals. So we have young people, we have older people, we have men, we have women in our community. And I believe this is super important. And something that makes me, again, really proud of the organizers and you here is that I see so many women in the crowd. So maybe a hand for all the women in the crowd and active in the Web3 space in Africa. Next slide, please. This is how the... Next slide. Yes. So we have a few businesses that accept our community currency at parity with Swiss francs. So 1 lei is 1 Swiss franc, and you can go into a local coffee shop, buy a coffee with it, enjoy your coffee, and walk out again. For me, when I did that the first time, it was an amazing experience. And I can assure you that the coffee that I drank there tasted better, paid in with lei, than if I would have buy it with Swiss francs. Next slide. So what did we reach in this time since May? We have roughly 1,100 active devices. We have a community of a few hundred peoples. We have 36 cycles that we did already, and a monetary supply which is around 35,000 lei. So that's 35,000 Swiss francs. So 1 Swiss franc is a bit stronger than the US dollar, but you can say it's 1-to-1 to the US dollar. And what is super interesting is that more than half of this community currency is used in commercial transactions. So it is being used to buy services and goods locally. And this is what convinces businesses and people in Zurich to participate. For them, it is a digital currency that improves and promotes the local economy, that introduces the idea of basic income, and that strengthens the community locally. Right now we have more than 15 points of acceptance that are businesses that are selling food, the cafes, there's a shop where you can buy clothes, there's service providers where you can print stuff, you can get massages, you can go to a therapist, and it's growing. And this took time. So we started with 2 businesses, and then we had 2 businesses for a long time. And then we reached 5 businesses, and then we had 5 businesses for a long time. And we started this year with 5 businesses, and right now we're like at 515 plus, and the pipeline which is actually adding on a weekly basis more points of acceptance. Next slide, please. So I'm here to support you in creating your own community currency wherever you're based, to bring value to your community by using the Incognito system. I'm also here to discuss questions that are arising and especially address the topics around how that one can build such a protocol which is relying upon the web of trust in places where the trust among each other is not as high as in maybe you assume it would be in Switzerland. So, next slide. That would be my short and concise presentation to you of what Encounter does, what it does for the ecosystem with providing the proof of personhood, and how the parachain can use those proof of personhoods in their own chains, and how you, based up in other countries, can use our system to launch your own community currency to bring value into your local community. And before closing, super important remark. I know that crypto, blockchain, or Web3 is sometimes about, hey, buy this token and then you can sell it for more and then you get rich super quick. And I want to be super clear. Encounter is not about that. Encounter is about creating value in your community. So if you're about this, creating value in your communities,
intense.
Thank you, Malik, for your amazing presentation. I heard half of it when I was having breakfast and the other half when I was coming here. So my name is Shaila, for everyone who doesn't know. And for 2.5 years, I worked in a community currency in Kilifi called Sarafu. It was being run by Grassroots Economics Foundation. And what I hear and what you're saying is resonating with me and is very like reminiscent of what I used to say as well. And I maybe just want to give you a little bit about my experience as well, running a community currency in Kenya. So I think it was so successful for you in Zurich because Maslow's hierarchy of needs have been met by most people in Zurich. They're not living hand to mouth. They can afford to get massages, which is maybe not the same situation in Kenya. So for me, I think my question would be, having maybe being introduced to a community currency in Africa, where the use case of money in Africa, or in Kenya in particular, in rural Kenya in particular, is a little bit different. Do you see the community currency as a solution in a small rural village where goods and services can be unlocked for usage when there is a society that is so dependent on externalities like gas and fuel to put in the boda, and paying for a teacher who needs to also pay for a medical bill? So where the use cases are a bit different in, say, rural Kenya, how do you see, say for instance, Encounter being this push to unlock these goods and services that are so needed? That's my first question. My second, only one per person? Okay, I'll ask you the rest later. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Shaila, and the hands for all her work that she has been doing. Really impressed with how much energy you gave into community currencies. And I think Sarafu is a very nice example of trying to unlock the potential and power of community currencies. Addressing your question is pretty simple. I don't know what challenges the communities outside of Zurich have. I can't know. I don't live in your environment. So basically, I give you the ball back. It's up to you to come up with solutions where you can see that the value can be created. And this is also the way we want to have our relationship. You community leaders in the different cities and areas, you're the experts. You know what you need. And we will listen to you. We will support you with what we can support you with, and support you as far as we can go. But it's up to you to find the solutions to that. And the examples you made, I mean, I had good conversations with Victor and Chucha about that, especially if you're relying on external goods. the local currency that you create is only complementary to the national one. And this is actually the same in Switzerland. The complementary currency that you create, the community currency, is not here to replace the Swiss franc or the Kenyan shilling or the Tanzanian shilling. It's here to complement it. And in the example you gave, you could use it for local services that do not rely on fuel. And with that, you have more disposable income, and you can transact more amongst each other, and with that, create more value locally.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Kelvin. Yeah, I just have a simple question. This is Sibyl. Just because Sibyl, like if you guys have seen the Sibyl, it's very important for anyone that is developing on the Web3 protocol, right? I want to understand how, like in your implementation, how are you going around the like implementing the Sibyl part of it? That's what I'm interested in.
What's your name? Kelvin.
Yeah, I'm Kelvin.
Thank you, Kelvin. Big hand for him. So Kelvin's question was about the Sybil resistance, or Sybil resistance. So to give those that are not developers a little bit more context, Sybil attacks is the attack where you create a lot of different identities or a lot of different wallets, and then you attack a system with this. This is the Sybil attack. And Sybil resistance is a mechanism where you can avoid these attacks. And the mechanism that we use at Encounter is that as one person, you can be only at one place at the same time. So it's physical attendance. You can't hack that. Because let's assume somebody would want to hack this. If I send a robot, every human will see that's a human, that's a human, that's a robot, and that's a goat. So they will not get the proof that they are a person. And Cointer's protocol is the most secure amongst the ones that I mentioned beforehand. So there's social graph, there's KYC, there's iris scan, and all of them, they have advantages, but when it comes to security, you can't beat physical attendance, because we humans, we're physical beings, and you can really make sure that in this physical attendance, this is a human, and this is not a human.
Good morning, everyone. David Lumala. I'm a software engineer by profession, particularly Web3. So I'm from Uganda. I have concerns about three things. I'm going to condense them into one and give me, a clear answer. One is redeemability of what currency you create. One is redeemability of the currency you create. How transferable is it? And how to claim it. Suppose we are in a dot safari right now. If we are to stay maybe 2 extra months, probably we want to, do something. Create a currency like you had Liu, something like that. Then, after the 2 months, what happens if I had accumulated that coin? Can I transfer, into K shillings or UGX or something like that? That is one. Then secondly, what happens beyond dot safari? Because it remains value, but I have to keep using it. Thank you.
So if I understood your questions right, David, your question was redeemability, in a sense of, if I create the local currency, we create it together, can I off-ramp it to other currencies to use in a different context? Um, it's a very good question. Theoretically, it's possible because it's transferable and it's permissionless. I believe that community currencies that have a certain that reached a certain point, there will be a service provider that does that. They may offer you a possibility to exchange your local currency into the national currency at the haircut. The idea of the local currency, though, is that you use it locally. So you lose it locally to buy the goods and to keep the value in your community and not that the value flows out of it.
We have time for one more quick question and one quick answer.
Okay, for an introduction, my parents named me Ray Allen. Yeah. So my question is, you might be building a currency for the locals, just the local community, but it's inevitable that one day it may become bigger than you imagine. Think about Bitcoin and how it started. It started with just a small community, and then it got bigger than what they imagined it could be. So it's in line with that. My question is, do you have any plans in the event that this happens, because it's inevitable? Do you have any plans to counter that? Think about the security issues that you may be involved with, the government and related things. Yeah, have you thought of that, and how can you handle that if it comes about? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we think a lot about how the system looks like when it grows really fast and really big. First, the transferability we were talking about beforehand. We believe that decentralized exchanges between the community currency can facilitate a lot of this off-ramping. So then you can sort of exchange the Nairobi token to the Mombasa token if you're going there, or even to the Zurich token if you're then heading to Zurich. That's basically how we ensure transferability. When it comes to regulation, we believe that it is important to comply to local regulations. So make sure that you're compliant with the local jurisdiction. Make sure that you're in contact with the people in your communities and present them the idea of what you are creating. In Switzerland, we have really clear regulations how local currencies are treated, and I believe that it will be in most states pretty similar, because you can define your currency as digital local currency. This is another class than the crypto tokens that we know. So go educate and go talk with your local regulators about the classification of the tokens.
Wow. What a fantastic presentation, Malik. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for Malik.
Thank you very much.
Guys, find him afterwards, dig in more. CICs are such a cool field, and it has so much application here, and there's a lot to be unlocked. And we have so many people here that are expert in this topic, from Malik to Shaila and others, I'm sure. So it'd be cool to have this conversation keep going. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So up next we have Ryan from Subwallet, but coming up to introduce him is Maddox, also known as David. Before David comes up, just a quick housekeeping. At 11 o'clock, we're going to have the Polka panel starting down on the other stage down there, just there. So if you want to go for the Polka panel, that's going to be starting in a couple minutes. Otherwise, stay here and hear Ryan tell us about Subwallet. But David Maddox is going to introduce us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jason. Put those wonderful hands together for Ryan Dean. he's not just Ryan. He is a business developer. He's building Subwallet, a user-focused application, and he's got 10 years of experience in startups. So yeah, this is Ryan, Dean of Subwallet. So jam those amazing hands as he comes on stage.
And guys, as Ryan comes on stage, I gotta remind you, there's a game that's gonna happen, and it's serious, like real serious, meaning compensation, rewards. Pay attention. It's a Kahoot. Ryan's gonna be taking us through it before lunch. And if you're not listening to the presentations, you're not gonna have the answers, you're not gonna get the rewards, you're not gonna feel happiness. So pay attention.
Thank you very much, guys. For clarification, so actually the game is not only about Subwallet, but the game is about the whole ecosystem and about every one single projects that participate in this event. So there will be like a question and quiz about each single project that participate in this event, and that will be hosted on Kahoot, and the winners will have the chance to get rewards. Okay, so pay attention for that. So good morning, everyone. I'm a little bit nervous, so maybe give me a big claps, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm so excited to be here today, and thank you very much again, the Safari DAO team, to organize this wonderful, amazing event. This is my first time here in Africa and Kenya, and this is one of the best experience in my life. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm Ryan from Subwallet, and today I'm gonna talk to you about our story, how we have to like onboard more users to the PolkaDot ecosystem. Next slide, please. So I'm gonna talk about three things. So firstly, I'm gonna talk about the role of a Web3 wallet in helping onboard users to a blockchain ecosystem. And after that, I'm gonna talk about the problems of the PolkaDot ecosystem in my point of view. Yes, I think the PolkaDot ecosystem still have a lot of problems. And finally, I'm gonna talk about Subwallet and how we are trying to help onboard the next billion users to the Web3 space and to the PolkaDot ecosystem. Okay, next please. Next please. So we take some time to look at the concept of Web 2 and Web 3. So all of you here may know, right? So Web 2 is all about like centralization, permission. You need to trust the big tech companies, and they own your data, they own your privacy, and so on. And in the Web 2 space, if you want to pay for something, you need to pay with fiat currencies, right? But in the Web 3, it's completely different from Web 2. So it's centralization. No single one person can like control everything or decide everything. You own your data and you own your privacy. It is permissionless. So you can like no one can stop you from like getting into any blockchain ecosystem. And it is trustless. And another interesting about Web3 is that it has native payment. So every single transaction or every single like interaction with the blockchain, you can pay with the cryptocurrencies. So in Web2, everyone needs to have the social account to interact with the Web2 applications, right? You only have the email, you only have your like Facebook account or Twitter account, but in the Web 3, you need a wallet, a non-custodial wallet, to enter any blockchain ecosystem. So I would say that the non-custodial wallet, Web 3 wallet, is the very first touch point, and it's the gateway for anyone to enter the Web 3 space and to enter the blockchain ecosystem. Next, please. And just think about the Spider-Man. It's Web3 wallet helping to like onboard the users from the Web2 world to the blockchain ecosystem, right? So we need a Web3 wallet. Next, please. So we can look at the other ecosystem and see how Web3 wallets help onboard the users to those ecosystem. So for example, the Ethereum ecosystem, it was founded in like 2013 and launched 2 years after that. And MetaMask was started in 2016. And its users base as of today, it's somewhere about like 15 million users. But at its peak, about 1 year ago in early 2022, it has about like 30 million users. And another ecosystem is Solana. So it was like exponential growth in the last bull run. So Phantom is the most popular wallet in the Solana ecosystem. And it started in 2021, in the very early 2021. And after like only 2 years, they got 3 million users and have onboard the users to the Solana ecosystem. Okay, next please. But we let's look at the market potential and look at the like Web3 adoption. So we don't have any like exact statistics about Web3 wallet users, but I can say somewhere around like 50 million Web3 wallet users right now. But at the same time, we have 4.4 billion emails users. So the Web3 wallet users is about like 1% of the Web2 email users. So we can see a huge potential here. So especially in the future when the Web3 can go into the mainstream, so we can see a very huge potential and a lot of growth in the Web3 wallet users in the future. Next, please. Okay, now the problems of the PolkaDot ecosystem. So a little bit about the history of PolkaDot. You all know about that, right? So Gavin is the co-founder and the CTO of Ethereum and also the creator of the Solidity programming language, right? And he left to build PolkaDot. And the first parachain on PolkaDot was launched in the late 2021. Next, please. So the first problem of PolkaDot is that its technology is amazing, in my opinion. Yeah, it's a problem. So it is a blockchain of blockchains. So we can see a lot of parachains. We have a lot of parachains team here, right, today. We can see a lot of solo chains built on top of substrate framework in the PolkaDot ecosystem. So it's a blockchain of blockchains. And it is designed best to solve the blockchain trilemma, which is scalability, security, and decentralization. But at the same time, it is too complicated for end users to get into or even to understand, right? So because PolkaDot is designed to be multi-chain, so there will be a lot of layer 1 blockchain built on top of that. So right now we have about like 80 plus live parachains on top of PolkaDot and Kusama, and we can see maximum in the future will be 200. And not only the parachain, but also the substrate framework. It allows you to like build a blockchain on top of it. So in the future, we can see like thousands of substrate-based solar chain running in the ecosystem. So let's imagine an ecosystem with 200 parachain layer 1 and thousands of other layer 1 solar chain running. So it's very complicated, right? also it has kind of many advanced technologies. So for example, the nominated proof of stake, right? And also this is something makes PolkaDot decentralized. And also we have the XCM technology that allows you to like transfer your assets, your tokens, your NFT between like parachain to parachain without having to worry about security. It also have the best governance system in the blockchain ecosystems, in my opinion. And also it has substrate connect like client, which is also something very special and also makes PolkaDot more decentralized. Next, please. So all of these things make PolkaDot really complicated and not easy at all for the end users to understand. So what is this? This is okay. This is the Solana ecosystem. Very simple, right? Next, please. This one is ETH, right? So it has many like layer 2 blockchain, right? But next, please. Okay. This is a PolkaDot ecosystem. It's very complicated, right? Very complicated. Next, please. So how we are trying to do to solve those problems and to help onboard users to the PolkaDot ecosystem. Next, please. We are trying to like solve the users' pain points. So actually, the story of Subwallet begin when we like founded and operate the PolkaDot community in Vietnam. We talk about PolkaDot technology and many things, but the community often complain that they cannot find any like very good and user-friendly wallet as compared to other ecosystem like MetaMask in the ETH and also Phantom in the Solana ecosystem. And it's also our pain point. So we decided to do that. So we have amazing UI UX. We are absolute secure and fully open sourced on GitHub. We try to like, we support multi-chain for sure for the PolkaDot ecosystem, right? But we try to like design the UI UX as simple as single chain. We offer, back please. We offer a homogeneous experience across multiple platforms like desktop and mobile. And we have a lot of features. So we can like, you can do everything inside the wallet, like NFT management, crowd loan management, multi-chain assets management. You can do also in-app staking. You can also connect with your hardware wallets and so on. Next, please. Okay, so at the moment we support about like 150 networks in the ecosystem. So I believe we support all of the parachains here. So the user can like manage their tokens inside the wallet. Next, please. And we are adding more and more continuously. You can manage your multi-chain assets. You can, next please. You can send and receive your asset with a few simple taps with the QR code and so on. Next please. You can also track your cloud loan activities. So you can see how many like DOT, how many Kusama you contributed to your project, and you can see the status of the project is winning or not. Next please. You can also manage your NFT. So you can view your NFT, you can transfer it to another address as well. Next please. We also support in-app staking. So right now we support like 20 Pi networks in the ecosystem. So you can like choose your validator or collators. You can delegate your token. You can unstake. You can withdraw your tokens anytime you want, on desktop, on mobile, anywhere. Next, please. And also, XCM is something very special about about PolkaDot, and we also support XCM transfer. So right now we support like 50 channels from like PolkaDot to like Moonbeam to Akala to Asta, and so on. Next, please. We also support like fiat on-ramp feature, so you can buy your cryptos from fiat currencies. And we are working with the other fiat on-ramp service providers so that they can support more and more assets in the PolkaDot ecosystem. We are also EVM compatible. So like if you have your MetaMask account, you can import it into sub-wallet and you can manage your EVM assets, you can manage your sub-trade assets, you can manage your PolkaDot and parachain assets inside one single wallet. And that should be very like convenient for you, right? We also care about users' security, so we support hardware wallets connection. You can connect your ledger, you can connect your parity signer, you can connect your keystone, and you can interact with the dApps without having to like import your seed phrase because it is stored in your offline wallet, very skilled. Next, please. And also we support phishing detection. Next, please. And just as I said earlier, we support desktop and also mobile. And you can, next please. You can also like, next please. You can also like sync your account between desktop and mobile with the QR signer feature. So when you sync your account between desktop and mobile, your assets will automatically show on your mobile wallet, and you can manage anywhere on the go, right? And we are 100% non-custodial. We don't track any users' activities, or we don't track any users' data, and so on. Okay. And again, we come back with this picture. So think about the Spider-Man. So and this is the vision, the mission that we are trying to do, is to have like onboard the users, Web2 users, to the PolkaDot ecosystem. Next, please. Okay, that's about sub-wallet. And actually, the team, the Safari DAO team, asked me to give another speech about research in the PolkaDot ecosystem, but I'm gonna give it very quick because I want to save time for other speakers. So this is Dot Insights, actually data platform and research hub that we are trying to do, also by the sub-wallet team. This is also from our pain point when we see that the PolkaDot ecosystem is very fragmentation in data and also research. And there is no like reports out there that can dig into layer 1, parachain, and also layer 2 dApps, and provide the users with a very deep insight about what is going on in the ecosystem. So that's why we decided to build Dot Insights. Next, please. So what we offer with Dot Insights, firstly, the PolkaDot Deep Dive quarterly reports that can provide you like the overview of the PolkaDot ecosystem and also what is going on inside the ecosystem, like in the layer 1 and layer 2 dApps. And also we collect the data from every single teams in the ecosystem. So we can say that those data can be like trusted and correct information about what we offer in the reports. Next, please. Next, please. Not set. Okay, and another thing is that we building the ecosystem map of PolkaDot and Kusama, And right now, it is listed about like 500 and more projects that are building in the ecosystem, building in PolkaDot, building in Kusama, and other parachains, solo chain in the ecosystem. And it is by categories. So we have like DeFi, we have NFT, marketplace, smart contracts, data, IoT, and so on. So in the future, we hope we can get more like on-chain data real time into the website. So you can see things like TVL, how many active accounts, transactions, and so on, and also governance on-chain data into the website. So it can help you to have better insights about the ecosystem. Next, please. And this you can scan if you want to visit Dot Insights to have a look. And next, please. Yeah, we also a member of the Substrate Builders Program, and actually we didn't generate any revenue ourselves, so we got funded by the PolkaDot treasuries 3 times, I think, 2 for the extension browser and 1 for the mobile app. Next, please. And this is my favorite saying, Web3 is here and now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just a final slide. We have a gift for you guys. The very customized PolkaDot Safari NFT, and also a D-app that built by ourselves. Those NFT will be minted on WebAssembly and Ink smart contract standard. And all of the attendees today will be able to mint the NFT. And with this, we like try to bring you the real and authentic experience of PolkaDot. Thank you very much again. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ryan. Do we have any questions for Ryan? What a great presentation. If you have questions, come on up and ask your question. We'll give you the mic. Come on up. 3 questions. We have time for just these 3. Make your questions quick, please. And make your answers also quick, because we have a bit of a backup on the agenda. So, yeah, let's hear.
Sure, I'll just be really quick, Ryan. My only question is NFTs and the integration of NFT visibility in the mobile app, right? That's been something that not even MetaMask has been able to do properly. Have you guys been able to solve that? And are you able to view Ethereum NFTs in the Subwallet app?
Okay, thank you, James, for the wonderful questions. So yes, actually we now support EVM, so you can view your subtrade, let's say subtrade NFTs and also EVM NFTs inside the wallet. So if you have your NFT on Ethereum, on Binance Smart Chain, we support that. We are also working to support other EVM ecosystem as well. So to in order to view your NFT inside the wallet, there are 2 ways. The first way is that we add support ourselves, so it will like automatically show if you have that NFT. Another way is that you can add it yourself manually. So right now we support adding the NFT manually in the EVM networks. So you can add it like just like you add your new tokens with a smart contract address. But it's not possible in the Substrate and PolkaDot ecosystem yet. So we need to add ourselves in order to for you to view the NFT on PolkaDot and Substrate. But actually we are working on that solution. So later on in the future, if you have your PolkaDot or Substrate NFT, you can add it manually using the smart contract address, just similar to what you do on Ethereum. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Come here.
My name is Kakoza Vianney, and I have two questions. The first one is, have you ever thought of something like an NFC chip? I think most of the wallets, they are kind of complicated to normal people who have their phones. So maybe those seed phrases, someone can just come, open up a wallet, and you give him an NFC chip. Wherever they come, they just sweep it on their phone to use the wallet. That's the first thing. Then the next question was about, you talked about staking. So I've been recently doing much about staking with PolkaDot, and I found out that you need to stake $1 for a start. But then getting revenue, I use Talisman, and the minimum PolkaDot you needed to buy 12 dots in your wallet was 5. And each dot was about $6 point something. Now that's about 35 or so dollars. So to just start using, transferring around the ecosystem using the sub-wallet, Talisman, and anything in PolkaDot, why do I need to put in such amount of dollars? I would think, have you people thought of maybe something like small? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. What's your name again, please?
My name is Kakoza Vianney, Web3 enthusiast, computer science graduate.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, those very hard questions for me. So the first one is about making it more simple for the normal user when they enter the blockchain ecosystem, because at the moment, like seed-free, private key is something still very complicated for them to understand, right? So there is another technology in the ecosystem, in the ecosystem is account abstraction and smart contract wallet. I'm not sure if maybe Nova is also doing research about that. And we are doing research about that and trying to like have it available in the PolkaDot ecosystem. And with this, we can get rid of the difficulty of using seed phrase or forget about your seed phrase and so on. So hopefully there is something can solve this problem. But I think it takes time for development. And also the second question about why make it hard for user to enter the PolkaDot ecosystem, because they need to buy dot, right? So for staking, actually normal staking, they need 10 dots, right? 10 or 20. That's the normal one. Yeah, that's too much, right? But with the nomination pool staking, you can stake with only 1 dot. And you can go to like staking dashboard of PolkaDot. You can connect sub-wallet, Nova wallet. You can connect Talisman to stake just 1 dot. But 1 dot still $6, right? If you want to like experience the PolkaDot ecosystem without having to like spend $6, you can think about other parachain. So I remember Asta has a faucet, right? For that, so you can like go to the Asta Postal, you can connect the wallet, and you get some faucet, some Asta token, and you can play around. Also, other ecosystem like Aleph Zero and so on, they have the faucet for you to test it. So it's very simple. You don't need to spend any money on that. Yeah. That is my answer.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sabi Mohammed, and I'm the business development for Bitkova Academy, just an educational platform in Nigeria. So my question is, I have been wishing and hoping that someday I would interact with people like you, because I have this idea. People stake like huge amount of money inside non-custodial wallets, and we know life, it is about sometimes things happen and the owners of the
wealth or the asset tends to die. And sometimes, unfortunately, the next of kins or people that will inherit them will have difficulty assessing that of kind of money, because some people are not comfortable sharing their seed phrase with their families and things. So I don't know, is there any way that you people are making it possible for a next of kin to claim the asset of a deceased? Or maybe some kind of mechanism. I'm thinking if you can maybe develop a smart contract that, okay, after like 10 years, if this wallet stay inactive, or maybe when the person open a wallet, now you connect it to a wallet of a next of kin, so that maybe after 20 or 15 years, this wallet is active, then remove all the asset from this wallet that's been inactive, and then transfer it to the wallet of the next of kin, something like that, so that we can have people circulating their money instead of just getting the money stocked for nothing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a very good idea. Well, so firstly about smart contract wallet that I also mentioned above. So it allows you to like have the social recovery method. So if you forget about your seed phrase, you still be able to get your account back with a social recovery method. That's the first thing. And also, but at the same time, I think we need to like balance between making it simple and easier for the users to use, but still we can keep the core values of Web3s. So I believe the concept of Web3 is completely different from Web2. So in Web2, you don't have to do anything. You can forget your password and you can get it back very simple with an email, right? And it makes you lazy. But in the Web3, you are the ownership of your data and you are the owner of your privacy and so on, right? So in the Web3 space, you need to approach it in a very different way, and you need to like get used to with that concept, and you need to like know that in the Web3 space, you owe your action, your data, your privacy, and so on. So I think it's not easy. It is a good idea, but we need to think about how to balance between the core values of Web3 and also how to make it simple for your users.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Ryan.
thank you.
We have one lightning round question. He has 5 seconds to ask and 15 seconds to answer.
Okay,
you ready?
thank you.
Lightning round. Here we go.
Hello. What's the future for the Web3? Like, are we going to see the chains go offline? For example, the USSD. Why has it taken so long before the Web3 has developed a simplified USSD wallet, whereby we just have a token you just use for just that basic Kenyan who maybe doesn't have that fast internet? Can this parachain go offline into a USSD wallet?
Can we do that? Can the parachain go off if we don't have internet and the parachain still in operation? Can we do that? Okay, so I don't have the answer for this, but we need to think about it together, right, to solve the problem.
That's actually the best segue I think I've ever heard, and you didn't even mean it to be a segue, because so first off, let's thank Ryan for a really wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much.
As a multi-sig wallet user on Substrate, I can tell you I'm looking forward to a better user interface. So I was speaking about segues. Why am I speaking about segues? Because starting now, a little bit behind what we had said, is the Polka panel over on the other stage. And Felix from Katani Pay, they're actually doing on-off ramping via USSD. So exactly the case that we're talking about. You don't have a smartphone, you don't have internet, can you still access any of these tools? So maybe there's some interesting things to discuss over there. And coming up on this stage, we have Pavel from Gear Network. So head over if you want to hear George Masomi and Felix Macharia from Katani Pay. on the Polka panel stage. And here we have Pavel from GearTech.
Thanks a lot. Oh, really? No? Yes? Amazing. Let's check if it works. Yeah, it works. Amazing. So guys, yeah, that's good. So thanks a lot, guys, for joining here. That would be my first barefoot speech. Thanks you guys from Safari DAO for that. I also was willing to do it in shorts, but I think it was too much. So let's keep it just one thing at a time. Okay. Today, I think that we had a lot of time of speed datings and conversations about gear, what we do, and how we improve that. So I will try to take it a little bit fast in a way, because also we, like the other speakers, should be going. We're running out of time a little bit, but let's go. First of all, guys, I know that you already have to claim a lot of NFTs, so one question, raise your hands, the ones that have substrate addresses now with you. Did you open it? Okay, if you don't open it, just fast advice, either download Subwallet or Nova Wallet and open at least a Kusama account, because you will need it now. So, what Gear Protocol is, because sometimes there's a confusion between what Gear is, what Vara is, and what we do. What we developed is a protocol that allows you to deploy easily a smart contract agent or a blockchain solution as its own, a layer 1 solution, or as a parachain to Kusama or to PolkaDot. Think it like a substrate is a framework that Parity gives to deploy blockchains with different type of options, palettes that you can add. This would be one that you can just deploy as your own blockchain with already pre-built palette that would be our agent that is based on 3 main pillars: the actor model, WASM, and the persistent memory. What it does and how it works. The actor model is something not unique for us. It's something that used a lot in the Web 2 world. It's used for high frequency parallel computation. Actually, we're not even the first to bring it into the blockchain space. The first ones were Dfinity. They use it for decentralized computation. I would say that we are the first ones to use it as we are using that in combinations, and that is giving the result that we want. That is faster and scalable blockchain. How the actor model works. Actually, it brings a little bit a new concept and the whole idea into the system, how everything works inside the blockchain, meaning that doesn't matter who you are. Are you a user? Are you a program? Are you a bridge? Everything is an actor and have equal properties. And the information is passing between these actors through messages, which means that you as a user can send a message to program. That's normal. You can generate a program. That's also normal. Everybody does that. Every blockchain can do that. Then a program can send a message to another program. That's also quite common. The program can generate a new program. This is a little bit already tricky situation that starts. And then the interesting thing is that a program can send a message to a user. And depending on the result of this message, the program can change its state, can change and do some other stuff. This is unique for us, unique for the actor model that we're using. And that means that actually we have a messenger by design itself, meaning that through this portal, for example, it's Port IDEA, we'll talk a little bit later about that, you can receive messages, send messages to programs, mutate programs, but at the same moment, you can actually send a message to other person just saying hello, knowing just his substrate address. It's actually something that Sumi Network is trying to do for the whole .sum ecosystem. We have it by design. We didn't even thought about that, but when they talk about their parachain and their idea, we said, okay, we already can do it. And we're actually also speaking a lot with the guys from Subwallet and Nova Wallet to add that feature into their wallets. So when you are sending the message to a person, you can also attach, sending, let's say, a transaction to a person, you can also attach a small message. Thanks a lot, or hello. And then you can also do something more interesting, just send a message to them. Or as a next stage of that, you can actually speak with the programs that you are deploying through your wallet. Let's say if you have an NFT, that could be a mutable NFT, that could be like a Tamagotchi, where you can play and he asks you something and you come back to him, and you can do that and manage everything through your wallet. Okay, can we, I don't know, screen a little bit, okay, no more. The clicker got broken a little bit. So, We also use the WebAssembly virtual machine. Why? Because it's the fastest way how you can actually compute bytecode and move forward. Actually, this is a small comparison, not done by us, done by the Open Application Network, EVM versus WASM. I will not stay too much on that. I will just explain something quite easy. Two things. First of all, Vitaly Buterin is like 3 months ago was talking about that they're thinking also to make a mixture of the virtual machine of Ethereum and WASM. Second, we know that the person that invented the Ethereum virtual machine is Gavin Wood. When he went to PolkaDot and to Parity and designed his own blockchain, he started using also WASM. It's faster, it's more reliable, it gives you more options of computer languages to be compiled into it. Persistent memory. It's something also that we took from the Web2 space and brought into the blockchain space. This a tool that allows you not to think a lot about how to manage the memory of your programs inside the blockchain. We actually do it for you, meaning that we are simplifying everything to practically 2 commands. The message that you send to a program and the message that you receive from the program. This is what you have to handle while coding on us. So, as I said before, we could be deployed as a standalone network, and this is Vara, something that we are practically ready to launch. We're on the test nets now. Mostly sure we'll launch a decentralized test net so people can run some applications and examples on us, see some things, is it working, not working. We also could be deployed as a parachain to Kusama, and also the same could be done as a parachain to PolkaDot. But what is the Vara network? Vara network would be, as I said, a standalone network, would be fast, would be scalable. We also would use something, thanks to the other model, the whole idea of the parallelism, so we can actually parallel a lot of computation that makes it even faster and more scalable. We'll have a stable runtime upgrade, as we're based on Substrate. And we obviously will have the option of fast and nice governance. We're actually using governance 2.0 that actually is done on Kusama now. The difference is, we said before that when we're using the actor model, we can enable to do asynchronous messaging. What's that? If we see that in the applications that we're used to in the Web 2 world, there are actually a lot of they're asynchronous, by the way. What synchronous is, what asynchronous is. Synchronous is that when you write a code and the execution is done, you have to do it step by step until everything is not executed. You cannot go to the next step. In the asynchronous one, you can actually make that something is done in the back, and you can go to the next stage if that doesn't implies the answer of the previous point. To make it much easier, when you upload a video into YouTube, for example, you have to put the description of the video, the name of the video, the description of the video, upload the video, and then you will get the URL. So in the synchronous way, when you're uploading the video, you cannot do anything else till the video is uploaded. If we talk about asynchronous stuff, once the video is starting uploading, you can already receive this URL, send it to your friend, change the description, do whatever you want, and the video is still uploading in the back. So it's really user-friendly. It gives you a lot of freedom. It makes things faster. Also, if we're talking about blockchains, we need to understand that in practically all the blockchains, all the computational information should be done in one block. If it's not done inside this one block, then all the transactions is going back. So if you want to build more complex solutions than just a binary smart contract, that means that you either have to do something off-chain and have a backend that will be pulling this information to the blockchain to the smart contract execute the next stage, or you will have problems on that. So with us, it's not a problem, as thanks once more back to the persistent memory. The states of the program are always persistent, meaning that if you have to do something like A plus B, wait the answer from C, and then do the result to D. In the normal blockchains, either it's done in one block, or you have to have an oracle that will ping with the information of C. With us, you just compute A plus B, put the answer into the blockchain. When the information of C comes, you compute it, you do the result, and send it to D. That actually doesn't cost you too much and speed up a lot of the processes. All that in complex, as I told you before, allows us to generate new and interesting and more sophisticated programs, real programs that will be run on blockchain. One of them is a more complex NFT. An NFT with which you can actually, as I said, like a Tamagotchi, you can interact. He can ask you something, say, look, I'm hungry. You say, okay, there's another NFT in this marketplace, it's a hamburger or a beer, I will send it to you. And depending on the result, what you send of your interaction, then he can change a mood, he can evolve, he can disevolve, he can do whatever you want. So, and actually this NFT will also be teaching now in our academy. When the people will go through this academy, at the end of the day, you have to build something like that, step by step. Also, that gives a totally new focus onto the gaming stuff, because if somebody of you have ever played, did anybody of you played on-chain games? Okay, great. If you play that on-chain games, you have to know that if you go want to make a play, it should wait till all the players will finalize this his move, then all the thing will be computed, and then just once more we will be able to do the next step and wait for everybody. So they're not dynamic, they are quite difficult. A lot of them are actually using a back end to make the whole computation and put just the result on chain, because otherwise it's too expensive. So all that also could be changed thanks to our architecture. You can actually be moving at any moment. You don't need to wait the result of the other person to do it. And then when the state is changed, you will see all the results. Vara for DeFi. That's also an interesting point, because if you want to have a DEX that actually, we know that, I don't want to get a lot of into the philosophy, what's better, a SEX or a DEX or whatever, but a DEX still is lacking a lot of functionality. For example, it's really nice to make a transaction and put an order saying, like, I want to buy, let's say, DOT at certain price. Or when something happens, please close my position or just swap it into a different way. To have an order book is also interesting. To have a liquidity pool is also interesting from different DEXs, for example. All that could be built on top of the blockchain with full transactions. Thanks to the delayed orders, you can actually put these orders in place at the same moment that you put your trade. At the same moment, you have a push-up notification that once it's done, will send you the information your order was completed or part of your order was executed. And all this will be totally on-chain without any backend. How to run these D apps? We also built some portal that's called IDEA, on which you can actually, it's easy to access. You go into the web page gear.tech.io, go to developers, then you will see deploy, click there, and you will go into this portal. In this portal, you have, once you connected your wallet, you'll have the option to see all the messages that's coming back and forward with the programs that you're having, all the programs that you executed. You can actually see even all the programs that are on the blockchain, and if you like some of them, you can just copy that program and run it once more. And additional to that, you will also have an option to see a lot of examples that could be easily deployed and done on us. About the Gear Academy, I also told a little bit about that. We are launching this Gear Academy. It's like a further duration already. We spoke with different universities, different students, get feedback, go back and forward. So now we are presenting it to you guys. If you want to do it, be happy. As I told you previously, the first ones that will be completing that with a score of 85 and more will receive like a learn-to-earn program, 100 USDC as a reward. But we also will encourage a lot of feedback from you so that we can improve that and make it better and easier for people. Why we want to do it? We want to scale adoption. The same as Ryan was saying, that we still need lack of people, and not just in the .sum ecosystem. If we will see these statistics, there's about 18,000 commits a month in the GitHub related to cryptocurrencies and blockchains, everything together. And then there is 2.2 million of developers that actually codes on Rust. And there is 20 million of developers that codes in languages that are compilable to Wasm. And there is like, I don't know how much is like 31 million of developers that actually is full stack developers that could easily join this ecosystem. So if we'll not make this open path to them, to make it fast and easy and streamlined, what we will have is small teams that will be just going from one blockchain to another, trying to copy the same things that we are having, deploying there, receive some grants, and feel happy about that. But the end users are not happy. So in order to have better UX UI, in order to have more applications, more straightforward things, we need to bring these people into this ecosystem. New ideas, new fresh blood. And this is why we're doing the academy. This is why we're doing a lot of examples which allow you to build your application like Lego block construction, one on top of another, so it would be easy and fast. For example, we have a DAO example there that we actually were tricking the person how fast he can do it based on our wiki. And actually he did it in 6 minutes from zero to have a DAO and voting process. To have an NFT marketplace, it took him around 13 minutes to mint 2 NFTs, to generate one analogy of URC20 token, to buy and sell, and add some DEX stuff there. So projects that are integrated and built on Vara that we are launching, that's practically everybody in the .sam ecosystem. We had an option and the pleasure to work with them, have discussions, cooperate together. You'll have wallets, you will have oracles, you will have actually NFTs things, Crust as an IPFS storaging, everything that the person needs to start building on top of this blockchain or with all the tooling around that. So we also launched an ambassador program because it's really difficult to do something to take that voice around if you're just alone. So we help and we expect the community, because actually the community was asking us, like, do you have the ambassador program? Do you have an ambassador program? We're like, not now, we don't think so. Some legal stuff and things like that. So when we launch it, we had a nice approach. We see people that wants to help us to make events, meetups, to spread the word in social media. Some of them wants to make translations and stuff like that. We're really open and for everything. So guys, if you want to help us, please join it and we'll be with you. We'll give a lot of education for the people, especially the ones that want to make meetups and workshops, because we consider that they need to be able to explain that well. We cannot just do it like, okay, go and do a meetup just because to have some pictures and photos somewhere else. No, we actually work with them, we explain them, we want them to record some videos before, we want them to see how they're doing it, answering the questions, so they will be really knowledgeable about what they're saying. These are the links that we're having. If you want to have there's a contract examples. These are all the examples that we're having, and they're actually all the time adding more and more stuff. We have the GitHub, obviously, we're totally open sourced. Our Twitter account of Gear, our Discord, where we can discuss a lot of stuff there. Our developers actually talking daily about what they're doing. We have our Vara webpage and Vara Twitter. Both of them are the best places to find newses, events, workshops, what we're doing, meetups, where we are. And obviously, an NFT. If you didn't manage to have this t-shirt, where you can actually scan this and it will bring you to a page about the news and you can claim your NFT, you can also try to do it for this QR code directly. It's all yours. And if you still want to have some t-shirts, we still have few of them here. So once this conversation, my panel will stop, you're really welcome to come and grab one of these t-shirts. Once this event will finish, we'll keep the claim button from the web page, and this will just remain a lot of pictures and stuff like that about what happened, so it will be a nice remembering where you get the t-shirt. Let's keep it like that. Thanks a lot, guys, for your time. It's literally a pleasure.
Thanks, Pavel. That's a really nice presentation. Do we have any questions for Pavel? If you have questions for Pavel, raise your hand, come on up, and you can ask your question. In the meantime, I want to direct your attention to PolkaDot Safari features some baby geese or ducks drinking from the watering hole. How often does that happen at a blockchain conference? Doesn't. No questions?
I thought I made it so clear or nobody understood anything.
Thank you so much. I just have one question. I think Gear Tech is a very good technology, but you people are running so fast. So the YouTube tutorials are kindly not matching with the GitHub repos. Like, it is hard for you to, it seems, for example, when you make a tutorial on how to make a DAO, when you follow through with the GitHub, it seems there has been just a new repo. So maybe anything like always reviewing. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Yes, we are having now, like, we had several videos before on how to do it, so it will be step-by-step coding, but we had to take it a little bit back just because the protocol changed, and as it's still evolution, it's not launched yet. There was several changes in the protocols and APIs and stuff like that, so we took back that video. Mostly sure we will be shooting new videos and code along during the next 2 months. So when the network will be launched, already stabilized, it will be much easier to already to run the video, so we'll not change stuff. And that also the videos will be added to the academy, because in the academy for now it's more like written text, it's explanation step by step, but you don't have this video guidance. We will add them, that's true. That's great. Thanks a lot for that.
We have a couple more questions.
Thank you, Pavel. I heard you speak of interact. Oh, I'm Joab from Kigali, Rwanda. I'm a PolkaDot ambassador. Yes, I'm actually an ambassador for G as well. So I would love to ask you, speak of interacting with an NFT that would actually tell you there is another NFT in a market that would actually get you forward. If I heard you correctly, does that mean there is an element of AI?
No, when we were talking about that you can actually mix two NFT, if I got it well, because sometimes the microphone is not so good here. If you're talking about the mixture of two NFTs in one, then if you buy, let's say, one in the marketplace and then you give it to the interactive one something, the idea of the interaction that the NFT is having with you, it depends on the code that was written in the beginning of that NFT. So it's not like you're adding an AI, so it's all the time evolutioning by himself. In theory, that could be done. We don't play on that yet. But what's done is that you just write a special code. Depending on the results of what's happening, it's just evolutioning by itself, like any program or any game that you will be having.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Pavel, for the opportunity. I'm Madux by name. I'm a business developer, and I love the technology stack in which Gear Technology uses. But something that's very interesting to me is, how does GearTech make money? How do they generate revenue? Something of that nature. So how does GearTech generate revenue? Or are they common good parachain?
No, we're not a common good parachain.
Okay.
As we're having a token, actually. So as any blockchain, when you want to use it, you will have to pay fees for that, for gas and all the stuff. So that's actually one of the ways how GearTech will benefit. The second way is actually, obviously, we had some investment in the beginning, and we have investors that back up us. So that's the second way, how we have money and how we live. And this is the main two things, actually. And as a foundation, have some, as we have now the Gear Foundation, that acts as in charge of managing the Gear protocol and all the networks that's down there. We have also the option of some tokens that could be staken in the foundation, and that also just some revenues.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Big round of applause for Pavel.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks. Oh, very cool. So up next we have Ben from Astar. Come on up, Ben. Let's get some excitement. As Ben comes up here, let's take a quick moment. We've been hearing about some very interesting things this morning. Everybody take a moment, stand up, stretch your legs, stand up with me. And we're just gonna take like a big deep breath and like listen to the beautiful sounds around us and get centered as we prepare for this next talk. Let's do like 10 seconds, just quiet breathing, starting now. 10. 5. Man, those birds sound nice, huh? It's really nice to be here with you guys learning about PolkaDot ecosystem in this beautiful setting. So I'm going to give the mic to Ben. He's going to tell us all about Astar Network. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, thank you. Oh, yeah, thanks. Awesome.
The bottom button.
Yeah, all right. All right. Thank you very much, guys, for being here. Just the first one, I'm very happy, actually, to see this event happen. I've been following the Safari DAO team since the event actually idea emerged, and this is just amazing to see you all guys here from everywhere from Africa. Very happy to be here amongst you. So just a few words about me. So yeah, I'm Ben, known as BLD Online. Basically, I'm a DevOps engineer for Astar Network. If you don't know what is DevOps, just think about the guy who managed the infrastructure. but I'm also a developer, and you're actually host to introduce you to Astar Network today. First of all, I'd like to ask a question. Who of you knows about Astar Network? Like, what is it, Astar Network? Can you raise the hand? All right. So this is perfect fit. I'm going to introduce you Astar Network from the beginning. But no worries, I won't be very long. So our motive is that Astar, we wanted to represent the future of smart contracts for multi-chain especially. I'm going to get to it. So first of all, yeah, Astar is an infrastructure blockchain because we are a smart contract blockchain. Just like Ethereum in the beginning, and now many and many more smart contract blockchains are emerging. What is particular about Astar is that we support both environments. So the EVM that everyone knows on Ethereum and the WebAssembly one. WebAssembly is the basis of, let's say, of PolkaDot right now. It's universal standards that should develop for the web itself, and that is very compatible for many applications. What's particular about Astar here is that we support the communication between those two environments in the same chain. So it means inside Astar Network, you're able to communicate the WASM native, let's say, PolkaDot environment with the EVM Ethereum environment, right? Through the function that we call, the module, sorry, that we call the XVM, so the cross-chain VM. The cross VM, sorry. I'm getting confused. Yeah. Why am I here is the Astar network is not meant to be only accessible to Web3 developers. What we believe in is, as Pavel just said, we have a lot of Web2 developers today, and that's actually a large population that we want to onboard easily on Astar network. So it's made for both people who know Web3 development, but also developers of Web2 applications or any kind of application, any language they know, thanks to WebAssembly. All right. And so as a parachain of PolkaDot, Astar allows you actually to build smart contracts that can communicate with multiple chains. So that's why we call it a multi-chain smart contract environment, which means when you build a smart contract, you will be able to interact with all the parachains of the PolkaDot ecosystem. All right, so let's dive a bit into that. First, I'll introduce you to the few challenges that we face today and the solutions we want to bring. Oh, sorry, I got an echo here. In Astar Network, a particularity of Astar Network is the Japanese market advantage. Hello, yeah. And finally, we'll conclude. Oh, let's go. I have a bit of a problem to display the slides of the challenge here. Yeah, it seems to be about the screen. We'll be back in a few seconds. Yeah. Is that too powerful presentation? Yeah, exactly. All right. So the problem we notice and that we actually want to solve at Astar Network. Very first one is like concept of multi-chain until now has been to reproduce the same environment, basically Ethereum, and to copy-paste the smart contract on any EVM compatible chain. So name it, Avalanche. Recently there were, oh, I even forgot about the name. I didn't get the airdrop from them. I don't know how many. I think we have dozens, maybe hundreds now of EVM compatible chains, which can all manage, smart contracts. But what is interoperability that we talk about today is just basically copy and paste the smart contract code. So while this could be efficient for a smart contract, actually, for the smart contract itself, the smart contract may be perfect, but the user experience is actually not very good. Oh yeah, thanks. So yeah, that was just what I was saying. It's bringing, many silos and that degrades the user experience. It means if you have a main project which has its application on Ethereum, and you want to do the same on the BSC, the Binance Smart Chain, you have to switch to the Binance Smart Chain, and they don't communicate together other than bridges, right? So the user experience is not great in this case, right? Second problem is that the EVM, this virtual machine, has many limitations. It has been built many years ago, and actually it's been built very quickly, and we just noticed with time all the flaws and the limitations it has, especially technically. So Ethereum is also losing some support as a primary smart contract development language. I'm thinking especially about Solidity language. Why? Because many new projects like Solana, like Near, like now PolkaDot with Astar and different chains have set some new standards, and many people are jumping to these standards. So Ethereum tends to be less and less the reference smart contract. And yeah, last problem is developers are paying a very high cost to actually develop their application and make it run. Makes it hard for a team who is developing, a blockchain application, a decentralized application. It makes it hard for them to be sustainable, other than running a token sales and everything you have behind. So, what Astar is bringing as a solution about this? So, in a nutshell, Astar brings some trustless cross-chain support, leveraging the cross-chain messaging system of PolkaDot. All right. So it means Astar is able to communicate with all these parachains inside the PolkaDot ecosystem, and so is your smart contract, right? Astar has also this innovative build-to-earn system that we call dApp staking, where any team who has produced a first application, a first proof of concept of application, can apply to dApp staking, and instead of staking to a validator, staking to a liquidity pool, actually in Astar, users are staking on dApps, which means they are supporting their favorite projects built on Astar, right? For stakers, the rewards is always the same, but for developers, the more they stake on their dApp, the more they will earn, which makes it, in the end, sustainable for a small, blockchain team to make a living, basically just with dApp staking rewards. And you can avoid with this, imagine not having to do a token sale to make your project sustainable, but just being popular and get staked on. Yeah. So we have the WebAssembly smart contract support, which is what we consider the future of smart contract, and the interoperability, compatibility between different smart contract environments. So WebAssembly smart contract and EVM smart contract. So this interoperability for multi-chain smart contract uses trustless protocols. It means you can rely on this smart contract codes without having to rely on the human. Well, that's basic of a smart contract. I guess many of you know about this. And this is powered by PolkaDot and its different parachains. The build to earn I had, so I will not be long. That's the dApp staking I just told you about. This is reward system, which is made by developers for developers. Developers are really the public we focus on I said it, Astar is an infrastructure project, a smart contract project. So we want to bring in as many developers as possible, as many ideas as possible, so that users, in the end, don't even realize they are interacting with Astar network, actually. And yeah, these developers get basically rewarded and can even make a living on this dApp staking, right? So, next one. Yeah, as I said, we don't just want to have only Web3 developers. We want to onboard all this community of Web2 developers. There are many more people who know, name it JavaScript, Python, than people who know Solidity today. So Solidity is kind of a specialty reserved to some kind of elite. And with WebAssembly, actually, you can build a smart contract in any language that you will compile into WebAssembly and make it work on the chain. So we have a lot more possibilities with a lot more developers potentially building dApps on the top of Astar. So the cross-chain virtual machine, yeah, allows developer to like seamlessly communicate between EVM smart contracts, because there are a lot of developers also doing smart contracts on the EVM side, and they can also switch in a reasonable manner to something more WebAssembly oriented, and still having, you know, their dApp on the EVM side that is already built there, and the two environments communicate seamlessly with the XVM, so the cross virtual machine. A few words about our Japanese advantage. So Astar Network is the most widely supported blockchain in Japan. You probably heard about it. Our CEO, Satoru Watanabe, is actually talking with many government officials. We get a lot of adoption in Japan. One example of a project, the Candy Girl. Ooh, that's my t-shirt. Candy Girl has been designed by the famous artist Yoshitaka Amano. For those of you who are, probably some of you are gamers, he designed a lot of the Final Fantasy, but he did much more than this. He's a very popular artist in Japan, and that brought actually a lot of attention from outside of the blockchain ecosystem, because people wanted their NFT designed by Mr. Amano. You know, that's like they're proud to own this. And yeah, I can say I'm also a proud owner of a Candy Girl. So Astar is the first, yeah, Astar has participated, to the first Web3 hackathon and co-sponsored by Toyota with Astar Network. The aim of this hackathon is actually to build Web3 tools to be used inside the Toyota company. And realize Toyota Motors company is like I think the biggest company of car manufacturer company in terms of number of employees. So we aim for mass adoption. We aim for real world adopting Web3 and not just being a circle of people knowing blockchain actually. Yeah, from this hackathon we have over, yeah, more than 400 participants. I think it's even 500 now. There is a lot of enthusiasm, and actually, I'm not sure about the date, if winners have already been selected, but I encourage you to check on it. Astar is also, co-sponsoring, the Web3 incubation program along with Sony. So we're trying to, build some common ground of Web3 development with Sony, who has many projects in blockchain, by the way. So many things from the real world, should many companies, real companies, should actually be using more and more Web3. That's a tendency we see more and more, and especially in Japan. We want to leverage this at Astar. Right, so I guess that's all. The timing is pretty short. I'd be very happy to answer any of your questions. By the way, tomorrow I will be doing a smart contract workshop, so you will be able to experience the WebAssembly smart contract with us. There is even a little prize to get, so if you participate there, I will be happy to show you. Thank you, everyone.
Big round of applause for Ben, Aster Network. Any questions for Ben? Don't be shy. Now's the time. He doesn't really bite. Huh?
I don't.
Malik has a question.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was super interesting. I was wondering, you showed the NFTs by artists. So if we have projects that have, let's say, some people that have reputation in the real world, would you be interested in sort of hearing about them and how to bring them on chain?
Definitely. I mean, we are very, I think projects we build on Astar here can witness this. We are very supportive of the project we build in Astar. We also give ways to, do co-marketing with the team so that they get visibility inside the ecosystems and the partners we have. So definitely, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Got another question. If anyone else has questions, come on up so we can get you quick, and then we're gonna move straight into our next presentation, which is I think our last one before lunch.
My question is in relation to NFT still. I have a friend of mine who is a photographer. Actually, he's my brother. Yeah, he's a photographer and he's been interested in the NFT space. I've been wanting to introduce him to the space, yet he's kind of skeptical and he doesn't know much about it. So I'm wondering, are you guys doing, like, do you have some kind of program to onboard people, especially if they create projects related to stories, and do you have incentives for them to build on, like, to launch their projects on Astar and related things? And if you do, is it something I can see you later and talk about with you?
So, is your question specifically about NFT projects, or?
It's more of onboarding on Astar, like other incentives. And is it something I can talk about with you? Like, how do you support your artists and related things? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So, just a bit of context, Astar is not a NFT especially chain, but definitely NFT is part of the project that build on Astar. So yeah, we have actually a lot of documentation, so you can just go to docs.astar.network. And if you guys have some questions about it, if you guys want to dive into it, well, I'm actually here for the duration of the event, so I'd be happy to help too.
Big thank you to Ben and Astar Network.
Thank
Big
you,
round of
everyone.
applause. Awesome. Thank you, sir. And our last presentation before lunch, I believe, and actually before the Kahoot game and then lunch, we have Lima from Nova Wallet. So please welcome to the stage. We're going to hear about it.
Here's your clicker, sir. Oh, how do you do it? The bottom button. Yeah, that one. Great. But,
we need a second for technical difficulties. Please enjoy this commercial break from our sponsors.
Good morning, Kenya.
Good morning, Lima.
Super happy to be here. Big thanks to the PolkaDot Safari, the Safari DAO team for organizing PolkaDot Safari. It's amazing to be in Kenya with all of you in this amazing setting. So before I begin, it's pretty funny that me and Ryan from Subwallet have a very similar presentation about mass adoption of PolkaDot through wallets. We just need Talisman here, and we'd have 3 of the same. Seems to be a few technical difficulties. Okay. We could do another meditation thing again. You haven't seen me dance.
Is that a promise or a threat?
Bit of both.
We put on ETH Safari last year with nothing but hotspots. We had built like an internet mast because we held ETH Safari like in the bush properly, and there was no net. And so we were like, we're gonna host it there. We don't care. We'll build a mast. So we spent, I don't know, like $6,000-$7,000 building an internet mast at the venue, and we got the whole thing built. And on the morning of the event, the fiber cable that serves the entire region with network got cut by some construction work. And so the whole region was without internet. So we have like 300 something people in the bush for a conference and nothing but our hotspots. And we somehow managed to run a whole conference with hotspots. So props to SafariCom. This is not meant to be an advert for them, but I guess it worked. So this is nothing. Why don't you tell us a little bit about Nova Wallet? Like as we wait for your slide deck, you can just give us the intro.
So Nova Wallet is a mobile-based wallet. We are on both iOS and Android. We focus on making the best possible user experience and making it so that mobile is not lesser than desktop. So everything that you can do on desktop, you can also do on Nova, such as interacting with dApps on every single chain, staking, governance, crowd loans. We recently just added Ethereum virtual machine support for Ethereum mainnet. And we're really believers that wallets are the key to mass adoption, because the first thing that people interact with when they join a new ecosystem is the wallet. So about 2 years ago, Nova Wallet started development. And at the time, in the PolkaDot ecosystem, there was not really that many user-friendly wallets. Stuff like PolkaDot.js extension is not very user-friendly. So wallets like Nova Wallet, Subwallet, and Talisman really help gain adoption in the ecosystem. Yeah, we should do some meditation, I think. Like 10 seconds breathing exercises. It really does. Hey, there we go. So as the title says, this presentation is for Nova Wallet, the ultimate mobile app for onboarding the next wave of Web3 users into PolkaDot. And I'm Lima, Chief Nice Officer of Nova Wallet team. So for the people watching online, I want to go through some of the statistics and demographics of Kenya. So Kenya has quite a lot of percentage of mobile phone penetration. Everybody here has a mobile phone, and it's 98%. Whereas compared to desktop and laptop users, it's only less than 10%. So the market is definitely mobile focused. And you guys all know, probably you all use it, M-Pesa, the fintech product. So Kenya specifically is very well versed in using mobile applications to make payments. So the question is, what is the key to mass adoption of PolkaDot and Web3 in general? Well, in our opinion, is the wallet. Because like I said, it's the first thing that users interact with. When you learn about PolkaDot, you want to buy the DOT token, for example, and you need to store it somewhere. So, like I said, wallets are the entry point to the ecosystem. But they must be user-friendly. Like I said 2 years ago, there wasn't really that many user-friendly wallets, and it led to us having a bad reputation in the ecosystem. They must be truly multi-chain. If you look at PolkaDot, we have all these connected parachains to the relay chain. We need to support all of those and have cross-chain transfers between all of these parachains. They must also be feature-rich. Like I said, we need to make experiences on mobile the same as desktop. So you need to have access to staking, governance, NFTs, transfers. And as Ryan said previously, there must be self-custodial. It's really important that you have self-custody of your assets so that, for example, if there's an issue with your banks, like there was in the US recently, you don't lose access to your money. And Nova Wallet provides all of that and more on mobile. So we support over 65 PolkaDot networks and Kusama networks, including both relay chains, solo chains, and parachains. And we support over 230 tokens, but that doesn't include our ERC20 support, where you can import any ERC20 token from Ethereum or Moonbeam. So we support over 250 cross-chain channels. So it's super important for our users to be able to transfer, for example, DOT from the PolkaDot relay chain to these parachains like HydraDX and Interlay, or even between parachains themselves. And we allow users to do that even when there's not HRMP channels between the two chains. So staking is user-friendly and on-chain. It's super important that everybody is familiar with how staking works and that they don't use CEXs to stake. For example, if you use something like Kraken to stake your DOT, you technically are giving custody of your DOT to Kraken, and if there's a problem with Kraken, you will lose access to your DOT. Whereas with Nova, you can stake DOT, KSM, and a bunch of other assets, and we're adding more and more every so often. So governance is something that's super important, and I'm really passionate about it. So for example, without governance, and specifically OpenGov on Kusama, there wouldn't be this event, right? So the Safari DAO team put forward a referendum, and the community voted in favor of it, which allowed this event to happen. So at Nova, we made a really user-friendly interface so that you can observe referendums, you can see referendums when they're live, you can see all the contextual information about them, and you can easily participate. So there's a very simple interface. You enter the amount of tokens, DOT or KSM, move the slider to set your conviction, and press vote. And lastly, the feature that's the newest one is delegations. So with delegations, maybe you don't have time to review every single referendum, but you understand that governance is super important. So you can delegate your voting power, assign your voting power to an individual or group, and that individual or group might be an expert in a particular field, or just very active in governance. So for example, I delegate all of my KSM to the Chaos DAO group, and they basically review every single referendum democratically and vote on chain. So crowd learns are super important as well. I spoke to a few of you yesterday. So some of you that are thinking about making your own parachain, it's important to know that you don't actually need to seek like VC money to connect to the PolkaDot relay chain or the Kusama relay chain. You can open a crowd loan and the community can bond their DOT or KSM tokens to you in return for a portion of your native token. It allows you to gather the capital to get the shared security from PolkaDot or Kusama without needing to raise a lot of capital, which can be quite difficult. And
make sure you enter the game. DOT is going to $100 after this event, so don't miss out. $100 straight, so you got two. That's soon.
Some classic video game music to keep us vibing. I feel like Mario or something.
If you haven't signed in yet, can I see your hands up? If you haven't signed in yet, visit kahoots.it and scan the QR code on the board or screen, sorry. Either you scan the code or you enter the game pin. 707.
Best username gets 1,000 for 2 points from me.
I see Cow, I see Nicky Rabbit.
Totally subjective
I
judging
see
process by only me.
Immaculate. I see Ox Safari. Please, we need more persons on. I see Gumel. Gumel sounds like a winner. But let's find out how. Yes, we've got a few minutes to sign in, so please sign in.
can try.
Yes, you can join the game. Okay, yeah. Who's still having difficulties signing in? What's it showing? Kahoot.it. Create your account, set your username, and I should be on my phone.
Get them dots. Get them dots.
We've got 3 minutes left to sign in, so hurry, quickly. I see Anonymous. Wow.
Creative. Or we've been hacked.
Oh, we've been hacked probably. Jason, I think you need to give a call to the dev team that there's an anonymous guy in the building and we need to stop him. I see Joab. Joab, welcome. Nazi. We have 2 minutes left. Please join.
Oh, blame the Wi-Fi. You heard my story about Bobs. Just get yourself some bundles and get in here. Somebody get this lady bundles.
We've got 1 minute left. Who's still having difficulty signing in? Just try asking someone
Who thinks they're gonna
beside
win this
you.
competition? Who thinks they've been listening and like understand and know everything that was said? They're confident that they got some dot coming their way. I got two confident guys over here. Who's gonna beat these guys, huh? Oh, okay. Now we had a rivalry. What's your name? Gumel. Okay, Gumel, we're watching you. Now what's your name? Mas. We got some confident guys here and they have some similar outfits. So
Who's still having issues? Anyone?
hey guys, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Hold on. This is a pro tip. If you go to the Twitter accounts of the parachains that the questions are about,
go to the Twitter account.
The answers are there.
Twitter.
You'll find the answers on their Twitter. Just go look. Shh. Don't tell anybody I told you.
I don't know if it's right for me to join the game too. It's very easy to join the game. You can see my name on the screen, Madux J, but yeah, I could just stay still.
Who's the wild penguin?
It's very easy to join. Please,
Where's
everyone
the wild
join in.
penguin at?
1 minute and we kick off.
Who's the wild penguin? Oh, you're the wild penguin. Oh, it's a cool name.
We've got Gavin Hood on stage. Ooh.
Gavin Wood? Hold on. Hold on. I'm not so sure.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Carl Mina. Mino. Carl Mina, is that your real name or you just...
Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay. Over to you, Ryan.
Here we go, guys. Getting serious. I'm ready.
All right, let's go. Eyes on the screens, eyes on your phones. Remember the secret tip. Tweet. Let's go.
LFG.
Quiz time. The number one question on the board is, what consensus mechanism does PolkaDot use? We have 30 seconds for each question. A, proof of work, proof of stake, nominated proof of stake, and delegated proof of stake. So just select.
I think I know this. I think I know this.
Select the option you feel is the answer. For me, I think it's maybe delegated proof of stake, maybe proof of work. I don't know. You tell me what you think.
I think it's nominated.
Okay,
Or
so
is it- oh.
yeah, we've got 2 responses for proof of work, 9 responses for proof of stake, 9 responses for nominated proof of stake, and 4 for delegated proof of stake. So yeah, was the answer? Oh, we've got Carl on top of the little board and Anonymous coming behind. So congratulations, Carl. It just got started, but yeah.
Gumel's there. I see you. I see you, Gumel. You were talking, but you're performing. Keep it up. No stress. No pressure. No pressure, man.
Can Carl stay on top of the board? Let's find out. The next question.
So 50% of us were listening, and Aster Network, awesome. Launch day will be on, when is it? April 6th, July 6th, April 5th, Q3 2023. Is that a day? It's a long day.
It's a period.
10 seconds, people. April 6th, April 5th, July 6th, Q3 2023. When's it coming?
Pizza.
This has got to be stressful for the guys that said they were going to win.
Go to the Twitter. And the correct answer is
April 6th.
April 6th, 2023.
April 6th. 8 of you.
So, Carl. Where did you go, Carl? Please, where did you go? Please, I can't find you any longer.
We have some new leaders.
We've got Nicky Rabbit on top, we've got Olive following behind, and we've got Kriko727. Kakuzovian, our question master, where are you at? Okay. So yeah, let's go to the next question.
I see you, Wild Penguin.
Okay, true or false? Encounter is a patron on PolkaDot. True or false? If you fail this one, I'm coming for you right there. I'm coming for you. If you fail this, Malik won't be happy with you. So make sure you get it.
This has got to, no pressure. I don't even know why we're here. There's going to be a public thing for people to get
Jason, I'm participating in this game and I can't find my name on the leaderboard. What is happening? What is happening? This man must be lightning fast.
This is exclusion.
Oof, 6 persons to went for force. Where are the 6 persons? Please just raise your hands, please. Okay, congratulations to the 21 persons who got the answer correct. And we've got Olive on top, followed by Crickle. I see Carl coming behind again. Carl, you can make it to the top. Anonymous following, and Nicky Rabbit as well. So let's go for the next question. What is Brush Farm main products? We've got Open Brush, we've got So Ink, okay, So to Ink, Type Chain, and all of the above.
Your context clues here, people.
You see the name Brush Farm, you see something related to farm, you see brush, you see things.
I always wonder when they have that all
We've got 3 seconds left, 3 seconds
Is
left.
that just there to distract me, or is that what they want me to say?
Oops. Open Brush, 7 responses to 321. So yeah, Olive still on top.
We're getting better, guys. We're getting better. Yeah, I like this.
Carl, where are you going to? Please come up, bro. I don't want to see you below.
Gumel,
Nicky Rabbit's coming too.
Where are you? Where are you? 7.
Anonymous, who is that? Please, Anonymous, who are you? Okay, the first question.
Zeitgeist, a prediction markets parachain, is now live on PolkaDot. True or false? Live or not?
We've got James Preston here. He's giving some insights. Is he correct?
He wouldn't lie to you. Can you trust him, guys?
Can you trust James?
Does he have his own consensus mechanism? Here it goes. Get your answers in. True or false?
So yeah, 1 second.
What's it gonna be?
Oops.
Even split. We had false information circulating. I'm hearing reports of fake
James gave
news.
us some false information. I think we have to see him afterwards. He gave us some false information.
Hey,
But yeah, congratulations to the 13 persons who got it right.
You showed conviction.
Let's see the leaderboards. Okay. We've still got Olive on top, and she's giving them a good gap. But yeah, Anonymous following. Kriko, Nicky Rabbit, and Cow. Cow, what's happening? I want you on top, please. Okay, let's go to the next question. True or false? Vara network powered by Gear Protocol is a proof-of-stake network that allows builders to develop and run EVM-compatible apps. EVM-compatible apps. True or false? True or false? False. False. True. False. True. False. True. False. True. False. True.
What about all of the above? Why is there no all of the above option?
1 second left. And the correct answer is true. 22 persons answered correctly.
No, the answer is false.
Sorry. False. False.
What happened? What happened, guys? We're gonna make you listen to the Vara network presentation again. Can we get Vara up here, because this is you guys need to go and read about Vara.
Okay. Leaderboards.
That's an opportunity right there.
Olive C on top. Nicky Rabbit next.
Nicky Rabbit
Cow
making moves.
coming on.
True, false. Substrate is the blockchain framework upon which PolkaDot is built.
False.
True or false?
False. False. False.
Ooh, most of you are on board with us after that short little diversion to I don't know where we went.
Okay.
But Olive still reigning supreme. That's really something. Let's see if anyone can catch Olive. We only have a couple more questions, guys, and then it's time for lunch.
Okay.
So
Next one.
Focus.
What NFT features does Unique Network offer? A. Fractionalization of NFTs, bundling of NFTs, admin rights management of NFTs, and all of the above. Remember the last time you saw all of the above? Was this the answer? I don't know. Bundling, fractionalization, admin rights management of NFTs. Pick correctly. We've got 7 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, we've got all of the above. I think you guys got the clue correct, but yeah.
It's
That's Nicky Rabbit on top. Where's Olive?
How many projects has the Web3 Foundation Grants Program funded?
Where's Nabil?
More than 480, more than 500, more than 600, more than 700. I want to note that there's a flaw in the logic of this question, as the number gets larger, all answers would actually be correct. So I would like to move to disbar this question from the game.
And yeah, more than 700. 8 correct answers.
I think there needs to be an asterisk on the results of this game. We cannot trust the results. There's going to be controversy, riots in the street, cats and dogs living together.
Okay,
mass
the next question
hysteria.
here. Question number 10. Teraku. Teraku, a framework to build secure T-based oracles, has recently released by Integrity Network. True or false? Teraku, a framework to build secure T-based oracles, was or has, I don't know, has recently released by Integrity Network. True or false? Was, has. True. We've got 19 answers. And Carl stay on top. Nicky Rabbit following. Olivia, we'll say you, Olive.
How many times that the sub-wallet got funded from the PolkaDot treasury? I remember this one.
1, 2, 3, 4.
There was the browser extension, there was the mobile, but was it 1 each? Was it 2 each? Was it 1, 2? Was it 2, 2? Oh my gosh, I'm so stressed. Oh no, oh jeez. Come on guys, it was 3. It was 3. Where are you guys at? He said this. Twice for the browser extension, once for mobile.
And Carl's giving them a good cup. Oh yeah, let's see. Bro. Pride goes before the fall. Easy. Nova Wallet supports in-app governance for PolkaDot. True or false? Nova Wallet supports in-app governance for PolkaDot. True or false?
Question.
False. True. False.
I'm looking at Limu for context clues.
And 22 persons got it correctly. True.
Wow. Nice presentation, Limu. You got
Okay.
everybody.
Let's see what's happening. How is nobody entering the leaderboard? It's just 5 persons here. What's happening,
Just
please?
Kaio sitting on top.
Okay.
Imbue Network. It's a decentralized crowdfunding DAO secured a decentralized crowdfunding DAO secured a parachain slot on Kusama without any funding from VCs. True or false?
True or false? We've got 2 seconds more. So yeah, true.
You guys are good. You guys are good.
19. We've got geniuses in the building. Kaio still on top, $10,000. Oh. True or false? Subsocial a layer 1 blockchain designed specifically for social networking is a live parachain on Kusama. True or false? James is giving some clue there. True or false? And we've got 15 correct answers to be true.
No, false. 8 people are correct with the false.
Oh, 8 persons are correct. False. Okay, so let's see the leaderboards.
Anonymous making moves.
Yeah.
True or false? Unit Masters, a free high-quality program to educate students about blockchain and Web3 is run by the Unit Network team. True or false? Free, guys, not just free. Free.
True.
Is it run by Unit Network? That's a good question. Who knows the answer?
False. True.
No Kaio knows, so you best be on your game.
No answers?
Connection, Safaricom.
No, Kyle, calm down. Easy, Kyle.
Woosa.
Who's
Woosa.
We're gonna get our network back. The easy place.
Guys, this happens. This is too much drama. Man.
Okay, so while we wait for the network to be restored, I have participated in 7 Kahoots games in my life, and I haven't won any. So in case you don't win today, okay.
Do we go back?
Do we go back?
Okay.
16. Sora Network, a new world economic order, is a standalone blockchain built on top of the substrate framework. True or false? And we've got false to be the correct answer.
An imposter. We have winners. This is such a lovely group of winners.
Who's anonymous? Ah, no. Okay. Sorry, what's your name? Nicky Rabbits. Okay, sounds great.
So, and I promised 1,000 Utu coins for the best name, and I gotta go with my boy here, Wild Rabbit. Wild Rabbit. I can't give you the coins like I can't hand them to you. I'll send them to you. That was a fun game, guys. Thanks for playing that. That was really cool.
Sorry, where's the 4th person? Kriko. Who's Kriko?
And Anonymous.
You're
Kriko and
Kriko?
Anonymous.
Woo!
Anonymous. Come up here. You're hiding. Let people see.
If you are?
Because you're anonymous, but
No, you part. It's a fun game, so yeah. You're invited. Okay. So we've got 5 winners. We've got the winner, Kyle, in the middle. We've got Olive. We've got Nicky Rabbits. We've got Anonymous. And we've got Kriko on the side. So yeah.
big round of applause for our winners, guys.
So Ryan, how do we split the prizes? You said 10 persons, but now it's 5? No. We can't give it to you all. Kyle, please. Easy.
All right, guys. I think that's the last of the programs before lunch. I'm really hoping I'm correct on that and that I haven't just misinformed you. but I think we have lunch starting from any time now. So go grab some food, enjoy, and we'll see you back here after lunch.
Maybe we should take some pictures of them now. Yeah, just screenshots of, okay, just sending your names. Yeah, exactly, of your screen, the final screen. To, they said Safari DAO, but I don't know. Send it to, no, you're the one. I don't know who's going to collect it. He didn't make you. Or just send it to which Telegram? 5 minutes. Ryan.
So just send them 2 or 4.
No, I can give my winnings to the 6th.
To the 6th. Okay, so Kriko just how can we get the 6th person? Who is the 6th position? 6th position. Kriko just gave out his position and he said he wants to award the 6th person with his prize. Kriko. Who is the 6th? Screenshot, please. Okay. Oh, okay, 6th position. So yeah, we've got a new winner on board too. So what's the name? What's the name? Okay, Mas. Great.
hardware to connect specific smart devices. Let's look deeper on this slide. From left side, on this, what we can found here. Most of the brands or vendors who provide smart home solutions for today have a very standard smart devices. Mostly it's smart switches, smart sockets, smart lamps, data leak sensors, motion sensors, temperature and humidity sensors, and remote controller. To be honest, 5, 10 types of smart devices, it's all what we have on the way to create smart home. And basically, in reality, it's enough to make a lot of examples of how your apartments can be clever. In the center side of this slide, you can find different brands like Xiaomi, like Sanofi, and maybe some local regions vendors you will find too, but I don't know what exactly is very famous, because in reality different countries have a very specific producers of smart devices. It's not like Apple or iPhone or Android phones. Smart devices right now have a lot of vendors who made the same smart devices, but it's mostly specific for local market. And about software communication protocols. Let's look on what is important to know about software side of smart home solutions. The first protocol is LoRa. LoRa, it means long range. This communication protocol provides solutions to collect data from small energy, low energy consumption sensors with a range around 2 or 4 kilometers from some small server. It means you can put one server here and all devices around 2 or 4 kilometers around will be connected over LoRa. For example, if you will try to use Wi-Fi, you know how long range you have, around 10, maybe 20 meters around you. And sometimes, of course, with MikroTik or something 50, maybe more. Second protocol, it's a most famous right now protocol for smart home solution with name ZigBee. ZigBee, it's will be standard in the next 5 years for, I guess, 70% of all smart devices produced in the world. It's very easy to connect smart devices over ZigBee protocol. So if you will go to store and will find some smart devices with ZigBee protocol, you should know that it will be the easiest way to connect your mobile phone to these devices. The next protocols have a name MQTT. It's one of the industrial standards and very old protocol too. ZigBee, for example, 25 years old. MQTT protocol is the same, so it's very old protocols. Bluetooth, I guess everyone knows. Mostly it's communication protocol to interact with smart locks. You will never find, for example, for humidity and temperature sensors with Bluetooth connectivity. And the next logotypes, not so important, but I guess some of you know Raspberry Pi, Arduino. Someone know what is Arduino and ESP? Yeah, some people. So, okay, nice. And the last, it's cloud servers, service providers like Microsoft, like IBM. So all big companies right now have their own clouds to connect your home solutions to your application. Yeah. So now we know that modern market provide for you around 10 types of smart devices. You have around 4 or 5 communication protocols, and mostly the second step for you will be how I can use together it to make my to connect my apartments to application. Here is a principal scheme of how it works. For example, you have a low power devices with a battery mostly, and they will use or LoRa or ZigBee protocol, and another group of smart devices, it's plugged into socket devices, so they have a direct access to energy, so the communication protocols in this case not should be energy efficient, like with a, for example, small temperature sensor, because small temperature sensor will work with one battery more than 1 or 2 years. If you will look on your vacuum cleaner, after each day you need to charge it. So our data and interaction happens from smart devices to your local IoT hub. Your IoT hub, local IoT hub, it's a gateway between clouds and your smart devices. And after you connect your smart devices to IoT hub, you can install from App Store, for example, application of your vendor. And after registration, you will have option to find information from your smart home in your mobile phone. So every time when you try to set up your smart home solution, you will find that inside your apartments you will have 1 or 2 types of local communication protocols. Secondly, you will have IoT hub and your mobile phone application connected to the cloud. And it works in 99% of our cases, what you will find right now around smart homes. Next, please. But here is some problems what you will find with this principal scheme. One of the first is one startup from California 2 years ago, without any notification of users, just disappear. And if you installed their smart devices, they just work with the smart switches for lights. After one night, if your lights was switched on, you cannot to switch off. If your lights was switched off, you cannot to switch on, because your cloud was disappear from the market. And this can happen, for example, with any type of vendor's cloud on 5, 7, or 10 years. The second one, I'd like, anyone know Ring project? You know, Ring project, very interesting example of side effects around smart devices. It's a clever camera with ring bell, with machine learning inside to predict who right now try to open door or try to going around your house. To understand it's your children's, it's your wife, your husband, and to make a notification for you. If, for example, if someone tried to check your house, you will have a notification someone tried. But basically the problem of Ring was that hundreds of people was inside this scheme as humans who try to make for machine learning labeling. So it's a very strange automation systems with the smart devices where humans make a labeling of who is your child and who is your wife. Next slide, please. So one of the questions what every time I found from different peoples is, can we make home automation without cloud? And the answer, yes, you can. And the name of the solution is open source solution with name Home Assistant. Very nice software platform with thousands of devices supported in the last 5 years. But the biggest problem in this case, your smart home application will just work inside your local network. If you would not like to switch on or switch off your air condition, for example, outside your apartment, you will have a problem in this case. Next slide, please. So the question about remote control, how we can provide connectivity of your mobile application without cloud when you outside your local Wi-Fi network. So next slide, please. So here is a place for ergonomics. We invented the scheme how you can connect any type of devices connected to Home Assistant with your application without cloud servers, just with connectivity to Kusama or PolkaDot ecosystem. So basically, with Robonomics, we give you option to use Home Assistant application when you in a local network, because in this case your signal will work very fast. So if you push button to switch on air condition, the process will be around 0 seconds. And it's not like working with a blockchain, yeah? You need to wait some blocks before your signal will settle in blockchain. So when you inside local network, you can use the Home Assistant application. If you outside your local network, you can shift to Robonomics application in this case. Basically, we have a functionality for remote switch on, switch off functions. Secondly, you can get telemetry, so data from your sensors remotely. In the same time, Robonomics Parachain is a place where our data about your smart home encrypted with your private keys will store it in Kusama ecosystem. Not only in Robonomics Parachain, but it's more about cross-chain messaging. So it's one of the example what you can investigate where devices connected to one parachain, to Robonomics Parachain, will have an option to use 2 parachains without real interaction from your side. So it means Robonomics Parachain will ask Crust Parachain to keep data from your smart devices, and for that you don't need to have any Crust network tokens. You don't need to have a direct connection to Crust Parachain. It will be part of what in PolkaDot ecosystem called heterogeneous parachain networks. It means different type of blockchains can provide for you different type of services. Like Crust, it's a storage. Robonomics, it's a place for connecting smart devices. If we need to connect, if we need stored data from smart devices, we will not make additional functions in Robonomics Parachain. We will try to find another project which provides some useful services for us, like a storaging or identity or something else, for example. For example, NFT platform to provide some gift cards based on actions from smart devices. So and subscription. One of the biggest adventures for us was how to innovate a solution where you will not have a gas fee market problems. Like it will be strange to provide solution for your smart home where in some days you can send your transaction with latency around 12 seconds, or in other cases you will wait 1 or 2 days. So as a gas fee market problem, it's a problem what the real problem for smart devices, like not like for decentralized finance, in my opinion. So IoT subscription, it's a solution inside Urbanomics PolkaChain which make for you the one useful thing. When you have a subscription, you will have a guarantee to provide guarantee from Urbanomics PolkaChain providers to settle your transaction in each block, for example, or each 10 blocks. And it cannot be done, for example, based on Ethereum platform, because gas fee market is a common rules for Ethereum. But because in PolkaDot ecosystem we can create our own scheme of utilization of capacity of PolkaChain. So we invent subscription model which guarantee you stable latency. Right now not 6, but I hope in the next couple of months we will see 6-second blocks. But anyway, but basically in IoT subscription it's something what we can create only because PolkaDot, it's a solution where heterogeneous parachains can create on substrate some maybe from blockchain solution strange, for example, because I don't know other evidence of using, for example, not gas fee markets to guarantee to provide your transaction. Anyway, this is a basic functionality of Urbanomics PolkaChain. We code it like Urbanomics Web Services as a decentralized cloud. You can use Urbanomics PolkaChain to realize remote control of your smart home. And right now the biggest adventures for us is to make much easy onboarding processes. Like people here know how to create crypto wallets, but most of the users of the standard smart home solutions know. When we made investigation and asked, I guess in the last 2 years, 1,000 people, maybe 5, maybe 700 people, to try to create their private keys and after to work with Urbanomics PolkaChain. And the biggest problem was onboarding for people outside. So the question for to connect people's outside crypto will be our side of the crypto. So yeah, lights up. Tomorrow I will have a workshop around 11 o'clock, I guess, after Astor in the same place. And in the 60 minutes in time of workshop, I will show you how you can switch on lamp, which right now around 6,000 kilometers from here with online translation. And you will make it with a decentralized application by Urbanomics. And I will show you more examples of controlling different devices under Urbanomics PolkaChain control. So yeah, thank you for attention. Any question you can ask me. Yeah.
I have one question. If we're talking about the controllers of your home, how secure is that? Like, how can you ensure that if I put something that from my phone I will open the door of my home, nobody else can do the same? Use this one.
No, it's okay. Yeah, thanks for the question. The basically question how to prevent problems with the cybersecurity, it's more question about client-server technology. Because, for example, hackers mostly don't interested to hack your own apartments. No, it's question, of course, if you're a billionaire or you have a very juicy secrets, maybe. But mainly, nobody want to hack your personal apartments. But the question here is, if our apartments connected to some cloud, it means cloud have access to thousands, millions of apartments, and that is a problem. That is a single point of failure. Someone will be interesting to hack cloud to control millions of smart devices around the place. So it's a question about cost of attack. And secondly, in case of using Robonomics per chain, the main scheme of connecting your smart devices with a smartphone application is a scheme where you don't have a real direct connection between your phone application and smart devices. In case of Robonomics per chain, our signals from your smartphone will going to Kusama per chain, and your local smart home server on Raspberry Pi will be connected directly to Kusama per chain. So nobody will have access to your local home server, because your home server never have a connection to anyone except Kusama per chain. Okay? More question?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Joshua. I had two questions. The first one was asked about the security. The second one, you partially answered it.
Yeah. Come.
Yeah. So the first one was about security. The second one, you've partially answered it. I wanted to ask, with the Robonomics, is it open to any microcontroller? I mean, being it Arduino or Raspberry Pi?
Yeah. Okay. Basically, because Robonomics, one of the biggest problems what I found with different IoT projects in blockchain ecosystem is they said, okay, you can connect your IoT devices or your smart device to our blockchain solution. And they said, you need to develop some source code. We think it's a not good idea to try to adopt blockchain for IoT in case when for each smart devices you need to code something. So that is the reason why we decided to use Home Assistant as an open source software which have a support of thousands of different smart devices, and we made Robonomics integration models for Home Assistant. So basically you will set up your local server on Raspberry Pi, and after that you will install additional Robonomics per chain models for Home Assistant. So the simple answer to your question, you will need to have Raspberry Pi. It's not enough to have ESP or Arduino, but we have one interesting R&D project which we started 1 year ago. We tried to adopt a very teeny small application for Arduino to connect directly small devices to Robonomics per chain. But now it's a very hard development part of the solution. Maybe in the next year or from this year, end of this year, yeah, you will have an option to connect ESP or Arduino solution directly to Robonomics per chain. More questions?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
My name is Zabo Prosper from Rwanda, and with IoT on Web3, of course, cybersecurity is going to be an issue. And I was the first question about security was answered, and I was asking about with cybersecurity, how are we going about this? Are we still on using the same tools like Linux, and IoT devices are mostly bridged because they have like weak security? So are there specific security solutions on Web3? And with cybersecurity enthusiasts, how do we move from Web 2 to Web 3?
Okay. To answer for your first question, to be honest, for example, as I said about ZigBee protocol have a not bad security, cybersecurity part. So if you connect ZigBee protocol devices, you will have encryption between your Raspberry Pi and your smart devices with ZigBee. If you, for example, will install Home Assistant in your home, you will find that most of the modern TV, air conditions, vacuum cleaners will be connected automatically to Home Assistant. Why? Because they have a very low level of security. For example, if you have vacuum cleaner inside your local Wi-Fi network, and someone will get access to your Wi-Fi local network, he will not have any issues to switch on your vacuum cleaner. So the biggest problem with the cybersecurity of smart devices inside your home, it's devices which used direct connection to Wi-Fi, to local Wi-Fi network. And here is only one advice. Make a good password for your Wi-Fi. Some guys said you need to separate home automation from your for your family internet access Wi-Fi network. But in this case, you will have one big problem. Your mobile phone application most of the time will be connected to your family Wi-Fi network, and nobody wants to switch Wi-Fi network to make a remote control, to make a control over air conditions. So with a part of the smart devices, really we have cybersecurity problems, and the only one solution is a strong password for your Wi-Fi network. About enthusiasts, how we can bring them. Here is one interesting point. As I said, we not interesting to ask you code something for smart devices. We think more important to show you how you can make your smart home automation with a ready-to-work solutions where you need to change like some piece of the code or to make a configuration file. And in my opinion, because Internet of Things is very modern, something new, and not so many people have experience with the smart devices, it will be enough for people to start. So we can bring people to Web3 solutions for IT if we will ask them not to code anything but try to connect with the ready-to-work open source solutions. And Urbanomics provide some educational courses. I don't know, urbanomics.academy. We have 4 educational courses. 3 of 4 is free. And secondly, we have a wiki.urbanomics.network where you can find around, I guess, 5-7 use cases to make like your local workshops with easy instructions how to onboard your home and not only home solutions with Urbanomics Pro Chain. Okay. One more question? Yeah.
I have a question about tokenizing access.
Tokenization of access.
Yeah.
Okay, basically, as I said, in PolkaDot we have an IoT subscription. When someone wants to have an IoT subscription, in this case, you need to burn some XRT tokens, native tokens of PolkaDot. And after PolkaDot will grant access for you to use our transaction without gas fee. So in Urbanomics, the main process of tokenomics is everyone who wants to use remote control without cloud services will pay 1 and less XRT, around $5. It's a normal price, mostly for IoT subscriptions outside Urbanomics in other solutions, and our tokens will be burned in Urbanomics Pro Chain to grant access to you for 1 month or for 1 year. Is that so? Thank you for your attention.
Woo! It's been an amazing session about robonomics, and I'm sure there's some people in the audience still left with some questions, and you can see Sergey right after. So we have the next upcoming session is with Maimunat, and she'll give a short run through about the PolkaDot Ambassador Program and how you can learn more about it and possibly become one. Afterwards, we also have a panel, a presentation by James Preston on why decentralized prediction markets are the future. And meanwhile, there's also an Encounter panel going on at the workshop, an Encounter workshop going on, if anyone wants to join.
Okay, thank you. Okay, cool. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maimunat Ibrahim, currently a senior ambassador for PolkaDot and also a senior community moderator for PolkaDot and Kusama, and also a member of the general creators for the Anti-Scam Bounty Initiative that is run by Web3 Foundation. So the PolkaDot Ambassador Program was initially run by Web3 Foundation, and it was launched in 2019 with the intention of supporting those who have the passion to teach and spread awareness about PolkaDot. It's not coming up. Okay. So the Ambassador Program is divided into 4 working tracks. The first one is community well-being. In community well-being, we have the community moderators that are most active in the Discord server, and what they do is to help community members or newbies that have questions about PolkaDot and its ecosystem. Like, they answer their questions on a daily basis in the Discord server. Then the next one is content creation. So what the content creators working group do is to create different content. It could be infographics, it could be videos, it could be articles on different topics related to PolkaDot. And you're welcome to do that in your native language. Then the third working group tracks, they are the event working group tracks. Under this track, we have the offline events and the online events. It's not showing now. So if you're interested in organizing an event online, we have the event bounty that is being handled by Zoe and Mark. So what you do is you submit the budget of your event to them, and once they approve it, they release funding to you to organize the event. After that, you compile a report of the event and submit to them, and if they are okay with it, you get rewarded in dots. Then the final track is the on-chain, where you get to learn about government and how proposals are being written and submitted on Polka Assembly. The ambassador program is divided into different stages. Once you submit your application, you get accepted as a candidate ambassador. Then you start contributing to any working group track of your choice. After 3 months, you get promoted to the ambassador rank. Then you continue contributing until announcement is being made for promotion to the rank of senior ambassadors. You submit your work to your regional head ambassador, who will nominate you for promotion. Then the final rank is the head ambassador rank, and each region have their head ambassadors. Like for Africa, our head ambassador is Chris Maliz. Thank you.
Yeah, guys. Anyone's got questions for Maimoon over here on PolkaDot ambassadorship, or if anyone would be interested, even for their countries? Anyone? Zero? I see. Nice. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, and thank you. I'm Benjamin from Star. Now, I would like to know a bit about the actual PolkaDot community in in Africa globally. I know Chris for a long time actually, and I'm very enthusiastic with what he does. I'd like to know in which country in Africa are covered actually. Where do you need some more ambassadors, and how can other community members help you to push and develop in the countries you don't have ambassadors actually?
Okay, actually, I don't think we have ambassadors from Kenya. Yeah, because most of the ambassadors are from Nigeria. Then Uganda, followed by Rwanda. So we are trying to spread out to other African countries. So we have the form. If you're interested, you submit it, you apply. Then once you receive the onboarding mail, you come to the Discord server and introduce yourself. Then your candidate role is being activated. And if you have questions, you are free to reach out to me or anybody in the Discord server to guide you. And we also have some resources like learning materials for newbies to learn about PolkaDot. So I think the regions we need ambassadors mostly Kenya, South Africa, Congo. Yeah, Ghana. We don't have any ambassador in Ghana.
Yeah, I just wanted the last one. It's not a question actually, but just to give you guys especially because we're in Kenya and we don't have a Kenyan ambassador in PolkaDot, but of course countries where there are no ambassador. Just want to show you. You've seen me present Astar in the morning. I actually started by just being an ambassador at Astar, and basically being ambassador is like an amazing journey where you get to learn. And you got people who got the knowledge and help you and can help you leverage your own community in your country. And that's really an amazing journey that you will probably like, and you will be, help with ways to organize some events and things like that. So I can recommend as a former ambassador and now a team member to really apply to the ambassador program and get to know and grow your community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maimoon, as well. I hope you guys learned about PolkaDot as well. Great. Are you guys having a good time? Nice, nice. How many have heard of decentralized prediction markets? Hands up. Only 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice. Awesome. Seems a lot of us don't know about decentralized prediction markets. I'd love to welcome James here from Zeitgeist. I think he can preach the language more. James, welcome very much. Hands, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, brother. Give our MC a round of applause. He's doing a great job. I'm just going to move the speaker over here because everyone's moved over into the shade so that you guys can hear better over there. What's up, everyone? Maimunat, thank you so much. It's great to finally meet you in person. After last week, we had a call on Zeitgeist, on Twitter Spaces. So, guys, what I want to run through now is just a couple of reasons why prediction markets have such a future, and also hopefully inspire some of you to think about exploring the Zeitgeist SDK, because there is so much that you can do with prediction markets and what we're building that I'm hoping that we can get a few ambassadors ourselves from this conference and this weekend. So basically, when it comes to prediction markets, you can get remarkably accurate forecasting data, right? It's one thing to try and predict what will the unemployment rate be in Kenya in 10 years' time, but the moment you incentivize very knowledgeable people to put their money where their mouth is, you get very accurate forecasts. And prediction markets have been spoken about from the likes of Vitalik, the likes of Robin Hanson. Robin Hanson is in many ways the father of prediction markets. He's a professor at George Mason University. And he said that at their core, using the dynamics of market economics and human incentivization is how you can create accurate forecasts. So if I had to tell you all, hey, if you stick around till the end of the day, you stick around to the very last session, you'll get 500 USDT. How many of you would stay for that? Everyone. That's the thing about incentivization. It makes you stick around. It makes you do things which you normally wouldn't do, right? Now, if I said to you, who's going to win in the upcoming Champions League football game between Manchester City and Bayern Munich, if you didn't have any money on that bet, you might favor Manchester City and be like, yeah, Manchester City. But the moment money is involved, you're going to really think about how you bet. And that's what prediction markets are all about. The moment we are tapping into that incentivization of human nature, all of a sudden you start to get accurate data. So Robin Hanson, the father of prediction markets, said, oh, we're back to scrolling? Okay. If you want to, let me just check here if I can, if you hit the, okay, that's right. That's okay. So if you read this quote from Robin Hanson, he said that prediction markets are even more powerful than machine learning. Machine learning is too easily corrupted, which is really interesting because obviously we're all talking about AI right now, and the ability for machine learning to get corrupt, and when those algorithms actually start to process incorrect data, you're going to get inaccurate forecasts. Prediction markets gives you a whole lot more accuracy. Next one, please. Vitalik Buterin said this, and this is actually, I pulled this off his Twitter account. He said, honestly, prediction markets may be one of the most underrated categories of Ethereum dApps right now. I know it's a PolkaDot conference, but this is before PolkaDot was even around. I think this might have been 2016. Omen and Augur version 2 are both running and have active markets with pretty decent liquidity. Go ahead and try them. Just to say, what is interesting, our founder Logan Sather, in an interview, he was actually asked, why did you choose the PolkaDot ecosystem? Because he was a part of the Ethereum ecosystem, and it's not a competition. But he just found the limits of Ethereum with the gas fees and transaction speed became too much. And when he found what PolkaDot offered, he was able to do exactly what he wants to do in terms of speed of transaction processing. So, in essence, the smart contracts that are needed for prediction markets are much easier to write on PolkaDot and using substrates palettes than it is using Ethereum. Next one, please. So, how does a prediction market actually work? So this is actually a real live prediction market. You guys can check it out on your apps, on your phones right now. You can go to app.zeitgeist.pm. And this is a current prediction market which has been the leading prediction market for quite some time. Who will win the UEFA Champions League in 2022-2023? And there are currently 10 options. The likes of PSG are in there, Liverpool, Manchester United, Manchester City, Bayern Munich, Bayern Leverkusen, Arsenal, and then obviously other, because there's more than 10 teams in the Champions League, so the 10th option is other. The current outcome is forecasting that Manchester City will win the Champions League. And here's how it works. So the current price, how do we know that this is the forecast? Basically by price. So all the prediction market is in essence, it's an exchange, right? You create a market and you create an exchange with assets on it. All of the 10 outcomes for this specific market are separate assets. You have Manchester City is an asset, Bayern Leverkusen is an asset, etc., etc. You would go in and you would buy the asset that you think are going to win the Champions League. So currently the most expensive asset on that market is Manchester City. And that's at around about 0.23 ZTG. So it gives us a 23% forecast that they're going to win. Here's how it works. You go along, you buy Manchester City for 0.23 ZTG. Now we're going to be introducing stablecoins very shortly. Obviously USDT is available now on PolkaDot. USDC is coming, and we're introducing stables soon. Right now the focus is getting sorted on the Hydra DX Omnipool, but coming soon is stables. So let's pretend that this is currently a stablecoin market. So let's say it's 23 cents. You buy Manchester City, 10 Manchester Cities for 23 cents. You now have 10 Manchester Cities. It costs you $2.30. If Manchester City win, your 10 Manchester Cities get converted into $10. So for $2.30, you walk away with $10. So that is a profit margin that is considerable. And that is how this incentivization mechanism works. And that's how a prediction market works. Your token is redeemed for one of the denominated token of the market, whether that's a stablecoin or currently ZTG, our utility token. So you get three primary prediction markets. The little thing there is covering the bottom markets, but you can see they're binary, scalar, and combinatorial. I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to skip through it. You can go to the scroll to the next one for me, please. Thank you so much. Okay, so how on earth do you make this fun, right? Like, a lot of people are like, prediction markets, man, that's cool. I'm so happy for you. Yay. Okay, sport is one way to make it fun, and it's actually really cool. I was talking to Chris Meliz. Chris, of course, from Nigeria, was like, dude, you need to get into Nigeria because people love to predict on sport. So, of course, sport makes it interesting. But the reason why the likes of Vitalik, Robin Hanson, our founders love prediction markets is it gives us even better data. Like, will there be a nuclear war in the next 5 years? will there be a catastrophic climate fallout where more than 1 billion people will die within a 365-day period within the next 5 years? We can get this kind of data using prediction markets, but that's very boring for the average person, right? So how do we make all this fun? So we, using blockchain tech, have integrated NFTs onto our platform. And this right here behind me is actually live from our app. This is the identity page of our app. Obviously, this is desktop. You can still see all this on mobile, but it's a little bit harder to integrate your Web3 wallet. So it's much easier currently to operate on desktop. But this is a current profile picture. Currently costs 200 ZTG. ZTG costs about 8 cents at the moment. So it's almost $20. I'm trying to do the math. It's about $17, $18, $17 to mint this NFT. This NFT is now available, would be available on the Singular Remark marketplace. Of course, most of you should know Remark. If you don't know, it's the NFT standard, the primary, one of the leading NFT standards in the PolkaDot ecosystem. You would then mint this NFT, you'd get a blue profile image. Then that eye that you see there, that he's got that weird light on his head, that is actually a reward. With the Remark standard, you can actually equip other NFTs with new NFTs. So what we've done is we've said if you trade 500 ZTG on the platform, you're going to get a reward. That'll appear in your identity. You can click the little bell sign on the right. You have a notification. It'll say, do you want to accept these? You accept the NFTs, and you can equip your profile picture. And then, if you scroll to the next one for me, you can then equip it with your next reward, in this case, a mouth. And the next one. And then the next reward, in this case, a necklace. And you can chop and change your entire NFT profile. And that is actually a real profile image that you will see on the app. If this specific profile had to create a market, you would see that profile image was the one that created the market. If we can go to the next one, please. You can have a look on the top right. This is the home page now. You can see that little profile picture with the equipped NFTs top right. So that's just one way that we have begun to integrate some fun technology to make it engaging for the average person who may not be interested in whether SPF is going to plead guilty, etc. Now, forget about OpenGov. Everyone loves OpenGov right now. Forget about OpenGov. Have you thought about Futarchy? What the hell is Futarchy? Futarchy is governance based on prediction markets. And obviously this is just a little joke because PolkaDot right now, we're all talking about OpenGov. OpenGov is coming to PolkaDot. It's currently on Kusama. So it's all very exciting. So it's a bit of a joke. Futarchy is now governance on prediction markets, again introduced in a doctoral thesis by Professor Robin Hanson. And again, Vitalik bought into it. The prediction market world bought into it. And there is so much opportunity. How on earth do you govern via prediction markets? Let's have a look. So you're going to need to follow closely. Next two are just quotes. Robin Hanson said regarding recent events, he said, "It reminds me of a plausible theory that we must pay horrific prices to have periodic big disasters to get us to take seriously the possibility of less frequent bigger disasters. Maybe with Futarchy this wouldn't be needed, but it seems that's just the way it is with our actual institutions." Then Vitalik Buterin said this. This was back in 2016. "Think of coin Futarchy as a kind of voting through action. I am willing to increase my degree of membership in this community if X happens." Now, what the heck is all this Futarchy stuff? Let's go through an example. All right. So this would be the stages of Futarchy. And it has been done. People have implemented it on the likes of Augur, Metaculus. There have been real examples of Futarchy, but this is an extreme but simplistic idea so that you can grasp the concept. So step one would be you would make a prediction market about a specific possibility for your corporation, in which case we're going to use Apple as an example. Apple say, should we reintroduce the 3.5 mil headphone jack? Yes or no? So they create a prediction market. Would Apple's iPhone sell more if it had another 3.5mm headphone jack? Yes or no? You create a prediction market. People go in there and they predict, they buy yes or no tokens. After a certain period of time, you would end the market. You don't resolve it, so you don't reward the people who have predicted yet, but you end it so you can't make more predictions. And then you would, there's a number of mechanisms, but an easy way would be to A/B test that and do a beta test in, say, the US only, and release 2 versions of the phone, see which one sells the most, and let's say the prediction was that, yes, if you introduced a 3.5mm headphone jack, you'd sell more iPhones. That's what the prediction was, and that indeed is what happened. That version sold more in the beta test. Then all the people that voted and predicted for yes would be rewarded, and they would then release on a wider scale the 3.5mm iPhone. That is governance based on a prediction market. That's a very, very simplified version of Futarchy, which is what we are going to be rolling out likely next year because of the complexity. I mean, just trying to set up your automated market makers is an absolute formulaic nightmare when it comes to prediction markets. So trying to do this with Futarchy is a whole different ball game, but we want our protocol, certainly significant aspects of our protocol, to be running on Futarchy and by Futarchy, hopefully by next year. But the thing is, with our app, anyone can create a prediction market. You can go in, write your own prediction market, and you could run your organization using a prediction market. You could use our SDK and build your own prediction market app with our SDK. So there's so much to explore and so much to be done using Zeitgeist. I have 900 ZTG to give away, which is, as I said, what is that worth? It's about worth $80. So I'm going to give away 300 ZTG to 3 people who don't yet have a specific wallet. I'm going to explain now. I think that's my talk. You can go to the next one. Think I'm done. Yeah, that's it. So guys, that's it. Prediction markets produce extraordinary forecasting data. The incentivized herd almost always wins. Thanks for listening. Thanks for supporting Zeitgeist. Now let me give away some ZTG and take some questions. So what I want you to do is, honest to God, I cannot verify this. Please put your hand up if you do not have a PolkaDot wallet yet. Is there anyone here who doesn't have a PolkaDot wallet? There's over here, 2, 3, 4, or I wanted to give away 300 ZTG. Okay, so the 4 of you, the 5, we got another one, 5. So, you 5, the first 3 people to send me a ZTG address, right? You can do it on Subwallet. Easier to do it on desktop than mobile, but you can do it on Subwallet. You can do it on PolkaDot.js. You can do it on Talisman. You can do it on Nova Wallet. Create a ZTG address. You can go to our app.zeitgeist.pm to actually just get straight to the chain, and then send me a ZTG address on Twitter. The first 3 people to DM me will get 300 ZTG sent to that address. Okay? Very simple competition. Good luck, and I welcome you and I invite you to the PolkaDot ecosystem. Okay, do I have time for questions or are we done? Okay, awesome. Does anyone want to ask a question? Come on up, guys. You can come on stage. I know that they were doing that earlier. Cool.
Okay, my name is Victor, and from Nigeria. I want to know what are the markets that are being predicted on Zeitgeist. I know on some other platforms we have legacy markets, crypto markets, we have a sports market, and other things. Is it possible for Zeitgeist to incorporate other markets into their platform?
Absolutely, bro. So I'll just pull up the app right now, app.zeitgeist. So currently, will ZTG be available for trading on a DEX by the end of May? The answer is yes at the moment. This is a sporting one, esports. Who will win LCS? I have no idea who LCS are. Will real Donald Trump tweet before the end of April 2023? That's a politics market. And the answer is no. Then you can see we've got sports, politics, technology, crypto, science, esports, etc. We've got singular remark, Omnipool, SpaceX. Will SpaceX Starship reach outer space before the end of Q1? Q1 ends today. The prediction is no. Will Elon Musk include the word Doge in any of his tweets before March 1st? And that would have happened already, but the market actually ends March 29th. I need to follow up with whoever created that market. But you can see literally anything. Anything can be created. We do have a committee and a council that approves certain markets. If you have a ZTG, you can just create your own market and deploy your own liquidity, but it's expensive and you don't want to get it wrong. Because we've now introduced a mechanism where you could actually predetermine the odds, right? So like if you had to choose, like this weekend, or let's take, I'm trying to think of a big sporting event. Let's say Nigeria were taking on Brazil, right, in football, soccer. Well, no, it's too simple. That's too half and half. Let's say Brazil and Nigeria were taking on each other. The obvious favorite is Brazil. And let's say it was in Brazil, obvious favorite. But if you start the market at 50-50, that's unfair on the early adopters. They come in, they buy the token for 50-50. That's easy that they're just going to buy Brazil. That's great, and then it levels things out and it shows you the forecast. But we are now setting up a mechanism where you can set the odds first. So that can be a bit tricky. So you just go into our Discord, chat to the council, and they will help you through that. But anyone can create a market. All right. Yeah, pleasure, man.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nigel. So, first of all, the first question I wanted to ask, you've basically answered it. I just wanted to say the concept of Zeitgeist, like the initial concept I had when you were
Polkadot, Kusama related, as long as it's a common good and it can be reused by other community members, Web3 Foundation is generally glad to support this kind of projects through grants. So I have listed here. Later I will share the presentation with you all. It has some interesting links for more details. So you can see all different examples of things that we fund. But basically it's, in a nutshell, good for the ecosystem. Web3 Foundation is here to help. Next. So if you go to of course everyone is encouraged to apply any project that they're working on and excited about, but there are also things that were already identified as needed and desirable for the community, and you will find those listed in the website under RFPs, requests for proposals. So some of those include protocol level things or data analytics platform like parsing the data in chain and pre-processing it so it's usable for websites and presentations and so forth, and security marketplaces or other kinds of marketplaces, smart contracts for Move protocol, etc. So don't hesitate to browse in the website. You can also browse the past applications to see the kind of things that were funded previously and like format your application in the same way. The process is very streamlined and transparent. Everything is in GitHub. There's a GitHub repository where you can copy a template and basically fill the details of your projects and then submit a pull request to that GitHub repository. Once the PR is there, the committee members, so I am one of them, would read it and maybe engage with you, send you comments, maybe some modifications and discuss it until you have enough approvals, in which case your PR gets merged, which means the grant is officially approved and you can go do your work and get paid once you deliver the different features that you wanted to work on. So the grants are 3 different levels. The first level is under 10K US dollars. I encourage new grantees to start with this level because it's easier to get approved. And once the team proves the quality of their deliverables and delivers the grant and gets paid, now they can apply to the next level. It becomes easier. It's also possible to apply directly to a certain level, but it's harder. So it's up to you depending on your needs. And you can also decompose your grant into different milestones because we don't pay upfront. We pay the grants after delivery. So if it's like a big chunk of work, you can decompose it in smaller chunks as milestones. And once you deliver the first milestone, you can get paid for it. So it gives you more runway to work on the second milestone and finish your project. Yeah, again, all the details are in this link. And you can browse or contact me for more questions and details. Next slide, please. Okay, so the reason actually I'm here is this. When I looked at the stats of the grants program, there were more than 1,000 applications. Already plus 500 projects were funded. 50 different countries. But look at this big white area. Where's Africa? So as an African, I personally come from Morocco. I thought this is not fair. So I really wanted to come here, meet the community, encourage devs to apply from Africa. It's not normal that all the projects are coming from these other places. We want more African devs. Please, let's go Africa. Next slide, please. Some examples. This is an example from Senegal. Someone applied, for example, to create the Identicon module for AngularJS. You can see the link, for example, to see exactly how they submitted their application, their deliveries, and how they formatted the different deliveries. Next one, please. This one is actually from Kenya. Someone just got approved to create a crowd loan front end so that any new parachain can use this template and create their website to do a crowd loan. So you see there's a variety of things that can be submitted to the foundation. Anything that will promote adoption, that will add useful libraries to the substrate framework, PolkaDot, Kusama, even parachains, anything in the ecosystem, welcome to apply. Another example from Nigeria, this one I just opened it before I flew here. It's still not approved, but it's always good to look at different, if you guys want to apply, look at different examples. This is a team from Nigeria who want to build a blood donation blockchain so that people who donate can have like a record of the donation and help the blood transmission system in Nigeria, which is, I believe, a big problem over there. Grantee testimony. This is real. I sent some emails to African grantees. Got this nice response from this grantee who says they appreciated the program. It's transparent. It's all on GitHub, fully remote. You don't have to be in Switzerland where the foundation is. Everything can happen remote. You can receive money in USDC or DOT, or we accept different payment currencies. And one interesting thing to note here is that after delivering their grant, this grantee had access to the Substrate Builders program. So this is another interesting thing to know about the program, is that not only it can fund you and help you get started with your project and fund some of your development, but also connect you as you deliver and you improve the quality of your deliveries with the Substrate team and other VC even to help you with your project, etc. It's a good bridge to other parts of the ecosystem. I'm trying to keep this as short as possible so that we keep as much time at the end for questions. So I want to also talk about this alternative way of funding projects, which, so as I said, the Web3 Foundation's grant program is limited to code. So we really fund technical development, and it has like this, it has to be open source, and we only focus on the technical part, no token launch or marketing or all these other aspects. But if your project also involves these kind of things, the treasury is much more open-ended, and in there you can go on Polka assembly, create a proposal. Again, it's open to everyone. You create a proposal and describe it, promote it over social media so that people hear about it, and then once the voting starts, if you manage to get a yes, then you can get the money directly from the treasury. Next slide. So one good example of the funding from the Kusama treasury is the actual Dot Safari event, which was submitted to the treasury, and it had a 97% aye, so very good consensus for organization. So that's how we're here today, and thanks Kusama, thanks Safari DAO for organizing this. Thanks everyone for joining. Thanks community, and happy to answer all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful, wonderful. Any questions for Nabil over here? Awesome. Anyone who's got questions, please come up stage if anyone has questions.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'm asking, can people get like those funds if they just want to contribute into the PolkaDot open source? They want to just add features or fix bugs. Can they apply for grants and get it?
Yes. So yes and no, actually, a short answer. Thank you for your very good question. So what's your name? Nicholas. Thanks, Nicholas. Very good. So bugs, I don't think so. Bugs will probably maybe go to you can submit to the treasury. But new features or improvement or code quality, these things can go to the foundation. And it's not limited to the PolkaDot code base. Any Rust library that is used in the ecosystem, crypto libraries generally in Rust that are leveraged in the ecosystem, all those parts of the code base, yes. Yeah, if no more questions now, we can take them offline. As I said, my job at the foundation is to answer questions about the grants, meet with there's office hours, so you can book slots online and meet with the team and discuss your project and how to approach it. So please don't hesitate to reach out, and we'd be happy to work with you guys. And yeah, thank you. Thanks again. Thanks.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, just in case you guys don't know, Nabil has a speed dating booth at 5 p.m. Is it? 5 p.m. So make sure you guys see him. Yeah. Wonderful. I'd now like to welcome Benjamin. He's gonna talk about how legalities can help Web3 acceleration. So welcome very much, Benjamin.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Hi again, I mean. Yeah, it's my second talk, but I changed my cap. Unfortunately, I have only one cap on my head today. But right now, actually, I'm gonna talk to you about a project I'm contributing to, which is Login Network, which is basically a legal tech project to bring all the necessary legal part of the real world, some things that you may do every day, into the blockchain, and how blockchain can leverage and secure all this legal process. Yeah, it works. So yeah, Logion, just for the small history, is a Greek word that means oracle. Oracle. Why? Not because it's not like an oracle on chain, but it's this power of authority that legal officers only have, in the legal world, in the real world, and that you can't get rid of. I mean, you can't get rid of a notary, for example, to buy a house, right? So yeah, Logion wants actually to bring this blockchain technology, into a new era where you can have all this legal process certified and available on chain. Yeah. Right. So first, I think you guys all heard about it. The world is getting tokenized. There are many projects around who are tokenizing many things from the real world today. It can be fungible token, it can be non-fungible tokens, depends on what you do. But as I said, the most, example that can talk to you the most is the real estate market. There are some very interesting projects that divide buying a house or buying a building, and dividing that into tokens and sharing actually this. So people buy the tokens and hold a part of this building. And then this building is, for example, set to rent. And so each token holder will be rewarded the daily rent depending on the size of the tokens. This is tokenization of real estate. But you have a lot more application in tokenization, and basically you can almost tokenize everything. Oh, thank you. Oh, it's you who sent. I thought it was me. All right. Sorry. So yeah, when we are talking about tokenization, I think we are talking about really the next financial revolution around, not just around blockchain, but around every asset that can be exchanged in the world. Here are a few examples. So the real estate, I just talked about it. Expected invested values in 2023 is $200 billion just for real estate. And even, but the total, oh yeah, sorry, I have to compare to the total market size, because this total market size, yeah, more than 300,000 billion euros, sorry. Oh yeah, we're talking euros here. The private market contract, it's actually 6,000 billion euros, and we expect even more, like 3 times more investment than real estate. So yeah, we're talking about any kind of contracting, and this is a very large business. Arts and luxury goods. This is worldwide a total of 400 billion euros, right? And still some, like a lot of money to be invested in. Creators of, yeah, the creators economy, so anything innovating, like blockchain is one of these, right? Also more than 100 billion. That's already a huge, market opportunity to be unlocked to people. Why unlocked? Because right now, it belongs to people who are specialists, people who know how to assemble these parts, and so that you as an individual will have to pay for these services, right? Yeah, things. So actual tokenization project, they are currently flawed, and even at best, some of them are even worse. Yeah, because they fail to bind, this part of the legal, the rights, the law, and the digital asset, right? You can say you own an NFT, but what does prove that you own what is the underlying asset of behind this NFT? Okay, if that's a picture stored like a flying monkey, then sure, you have a link in the NFT. But what if it's something more complicated, like insurance policy, like a house, like an art painting? That's a good example too. Well, there is nothing actually that gives you, the real proof that you own it. Even if for example, a paint, if the artist actually gave you an NFT, there is nothing that proves that this was really, that this is really the NFT that is attached to this paint. So if you don't have you don't have a regulator approval. So without regulator approval, I guess you all know, there is no mass adoption, right? We can't live outside of the state laws that we live in, right? Because that's what makes our society to work, basically. So yeah, because of this, actually, new digital economy like blockchain still raises fear into people's mind, because it seems unsecure, right? And it seems just some technology that they don't necessarily understand and that don't give them the real connection between what they are owning and what are the legal rights attached to it. Thanks. So with Logan, we introduced actually the proof of law. And this is, legal and economic zero knowledge certification for this digital economy that we've just seen before. What does it mean? Actually, Logan is a network of legal officers. So it is owned by an organization of legal officers organized as a DAO. At least that's the aim, to have all of this governance of this legal officer across the world, on chain. Right now, we already have around 15 legal officers who are already actually working on the Logan blockchain. And Logan is a substrate-based blockchain, a production blockchain, but Logan aims for a parachain slot on PolkaDot actually this year. So you should see coming a crowd loan pretty soon, right? Yeah, why zero knowledge? It means you can have these informations stored and available only to the people you want to. It means it's not because your identity is stored on chain that anyone should access it, right? Because you see a token transfer on Ethereum, on PolkaDot, of course everyone sees how it is. So there is this need of privacy, definitely, and you need trust attached to this, right? So this trust, is the legal trust has to be carried by a legal officer, which is certified by the state it represents the legal authority, of the country he's working in, right? So all of this, a real world identity, a real world asset, or just real world information, with login proof of law, you can make this a decentralized credential. And I'm not speaking about DID here, which is different too, but which acts, with this decentralized credential. With this proof of law, you also have a legal grade, digital asset, which are certified by legal officials. And you have, certified, digital information, any kind of information, basically, that is valuable and that you want to legally protect under the law, can be actually certified by one of these officers and stored on chain. Right? So this proof of law will enable a new form of legal binding, legally binding tokens for this real world assets. So all the assets, we have talked about it earlier, can be actually certified into Logion. So just imagine money in a bank, currencies, because that's a good example. You have, a bank account, and all the economy right now works with bank account. Someone, with an authority can issue this as a stable coin. But what is the proof you have that USDT, for example, that Tether company owns all the underlying assets? It's kind of even known that Tether doesn't own all the assets behind. It's covered in a pretty large percentage, but if tomorrow everyone wants to withdraw their USDT, there will not be enough money for everyone, right? With Logion, you can make this certified by legal officials. So the legal officer has the legal right to go to the bank, to authenticate the bank statements, right? And to give this proof on chain, actually. Just last one, because I won't talk about each kind of assets, but that was a good example with fiat currency that you can, transform as stable coin with a legal grade certification. Is that the projects who are working on this tokenization, they can create this digital asset which are legally bounded to any kind of they create this on-chain asset which is legally binded to this real-world asset, right? So anyone can come anytime and verify, that this has been certified by a legal officer, certified by the state he lives in, right? Yeah. This one is a bit high. So basically, on the right, what you have are the actual limitations for people and for projects to make these projects come true. There is this uncertainty, of the owner. What do they own? What is it tied to? And so Logion solves it by legally binding, the assets with what is behind, what is the underlying asset of your digital asset. Something that can be valueless means if you own an NFT, but tomorrow the picture is stored, it's stored on a private server. It happens with a lot of NFT collections. So from one day to another, you will just have this empty NFT like ERC 721 or any standard you like, and you will not even own the picture anymore, right? So Logion can certify this and actually stores this kind of asset, right? And you can switch basically from a trust-based relationship where you trust an intermediary
which is offering the service because he has knowledge that you should do this and this action for that your ownership being legal, this becomes trust minimized because the Logion network is actually acting as a DAO. It's not a group of friends, you know, who are just doing whatever they want. They have I don't know how you call it, but they have state certification, and they act from different countries, and they decide who they onboard inside this DAO, you know, as another legal officer, right? So anything they say basically engages all their responsibility into it. They lose everything if ever they would, you know, issue a false information in the certification. But there is also the compliance, because you've seen many countries today making many more laws about blockchain, about cryptocurrencies, because a state thinks it should be controlled, you know. This can't be something left in the wild. And so in the future, and especially in the coming years, many projects will become, you know, non-compliant with local laws, right? With Logion, you can rely on these officers who make it, you know, compliant in terms of legal proof, you know, that you would need in any kind of public, you know, like public institution, like a court or a public service, to prove the authenticity of your ownership. Yeah, so Logion brings this framework that allows protecting permissionless bound between the people, the assets that they own, the markets, and the law, you know. And it's only putting this together that you can really act with real-world assets in security, right? Yeah. How does it go? I will use an example because there is maybe a lot of text here to show you how the process of Logion works. So actually, let's imagine a piece of art. That's what we had recently with an artist who auctioned her paint, you know, in a real auction room. I don't remember how it's called. So people come to bid like just in like traditional world, nothing to do with blockchain on the beginning. So when the artist actually once he has created the paint, he will also, you know, mint this NFT. To this NFT, he will start a Logion case, what we call a legal officer case, which will start the process of binding, you know, this paint that will be sold in auctions to an NFT on chain, right? So the legal officers actually come on site and certifies that the painting exists, that it has been made by the artist, and basically ties all the ownership of this painting, you know, into a contract, you know, and this contract is stored on chain and attached in the NFT, right? So the primary market is the auctioneers will win, you know, this painting in auctions, and right after this, so they will have this NFT, and as the NFT owner, they can come on the Logion blockchain and actually get all the legal documents attached to this ownership. And only them can, because they are the owner of this NFT, right? So people can come with proof, which means on the secondary market then, when someone else wants to buy, he needs to trust that this paint, you know, he will have the right to own it, you know. He will have the right to sell it or to exploit it for his art gallery, for example. So that's how it comes, when the, like, on the secondary market, the seller will actually send the ownership document to the buyer, and the buyer can come anytime, actually, on the Logion blockchain to check that this document is authentic and tied to a legal certificate. So imagine how powerful this can be if you don't have to go through this legal process every time you want to resell this painting. Every time it has to change ownership because the owner needs money for another project or anything. Instead of going again, through all the legal process, actually just transferring the NFT during the sale will just guarantee on a legal grade that he owns this painting, right? And so that he will be able also to resell or to exploit, whatever the rights are attached to it, right? So this brings, into the world of, let's say, common user, just like you and me. I'm not, specialized in how to buy luxury items, and this gives access to all of us, to this process, and with the legal, certification attached to it, we can feel safe of our ownership, right? I guess that's it. I already told you this, actually. I'll go just about the details. So, yeah, the blockchain is owned and managed by judicial officials. And there is also a network of verified issuers, which means all these legal officers, these judicial officers, can also onboard this verified issuer, who can be notaries, even accountants, to issue some certificates on Logion. How does it work to make all of this happen? There is actually, behind the scene, this is a private IPFS system running, which is available, which is shared, by all these legal officers who run the chain. Because these legal officers also run all the blockchain nodes, and only them are able to validate. So this is very specialized chain. It is very different than a chain, a proof of stake chain like PolkaDot, where you will see that anyone can join and be a validator. Anyone can nominate anyone on here. No, Logion is focused on the legal grade certification, and as per so, only this organization is allowed to let someone else in or to certify a verified issuer to issue some legal documents on Logion. Yeah? And so this last one that I told you about, it's really a zero knowledge proof of ownership, that if someone gives you, one of these certificate of ownership, you can check anytime that the legal certificate exists on Logion. I don't know, like just a title of ownership of the asset you are working with. So so the free step of recording so to benefit the proof of law is first, the record and the asset. So the asset minter will verify all what is tied to the real world asset and verify its authenticity. So this can be actually these different people that you see here. Oh, it's not only people. So it can be a notary for proof of ownership, but it can be who is the asset minter on the chain, the smart contract. So it will be on the marketplace. For some assets, you will have financial audit. So you will have this document issued by an auditor. But even like a rent audit, for some companies, for example, that will be certified by an accountant. So the legal officer will then bind all of these documents into a single case in Logion, what we call a legal officer case, a lock. And so all these documents will be stored on chain, certified by the legal officer. And that's at this point that he means the digital assets that are tied to this real world asset, right? I think I go on this one just to inform you guys that you can already access Logion. Actually, Logion is a working system. We have already many existing use cases, like this paint I told you about. We have certified other, like animes that have been stored, same as a legal officer case, and the money was raised, for restoration of this anime, of the physical animes. And so, yeah, Logion is now working as a standalone relay chain based on Substrate, so the framework of PolkaDot. And Logion will apply pretty soon, actually, in the next 2 months, to a PolkaDot parachain slot. So I hope you guys get interested into the project. I hope you may have, some documents even to certify by yourself and want to experience how much does it get, because we need actually many to onboard in the future, many legal officers around the world, and so especially in Africa, so that you can secure all your assets locally, right? And I think that's good, because the other are more to present, in to someone who receives the slide. So this is way too much text to present to you right now. Yeah, I guess I'm done. Just next to you have just a view of the team. Yeah, and so that's the Logion team, actually. A lot of people of experience inside the blockchain system, but especially in the legal system, we have officers who are part of the team. So it's really a multidisciplinary team who are not just blockchain nerds, but also some legal specialists who are building this, in a trustless manner, so that you can use it in a trustless manner. Sorry. I hope this was not too much to introduce to you guys, and I will be happy to explain to you more in details if you get interested and come to me for questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Before you leave, Benjamin, anybody who's got questions out there, thank you. Please come to the stage. Just another reminder for our guests here. Please be careful with the animals. They are our guests, so please let's treat them that way. Please, 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 again. Yeah, as they come, I can start with a question, Benjamin. Wonderful presentation. With the judicial officers, right? What's the requirement for them to actually be a judicial officer so they can actually validate a node? For example, I know for a fact in Tanzania and Kenya, we don't have too many judicial officers that are too familiar with blockchain, for example, validation of nodes. So how would that work, for example? That's my first question. Two, I see a lot of tokenization of real-world assets over here. In Tanzania, we also have a project we're looking to tokenize plastic waste as a real-world assets. Also, how would that work? So that's those questions.
Okay, thank you. That's very interesting questions, actually. So how could, for example, Kenyan legal officers on board? Well, first of all, you need to be, certified by the state, and have the diploma. Having made, I don't know how much it is, but it's probably something like 10 years of study, and then have all this, legal diploma, and that allows you to act in the name of the state. But when they are, actually, we are not looking for tech specialists, and many of the officers are not tech specialists. It's made so that they can onboard actually pretty easily. So all the experience for the officer is behind the UI. where he will be able to manage all of his cases, and anyway, in whatever they will do, they will need to, for many cases, go on site, and see what is the asset, how, what does it represent, and he will tie everything of this into the chain, but he will almost not realize he's acting with the chain actually, and that's the beauty of it. He just needs a wallet, of course. Like you can't not have a wallet, but then he will all of the documents that he's used to redact, that's his job. He will just enter all of this, in his interface that will become, this case, and he will issue this case, right? So the actual onboarding for officers doesn't require a lot of technical knowledge. If there is one technical knowledge that is required, is to maintain the node, but most of the incentivize of the chain is made so that all the legal officers can have a technical team to maintain this node actually. So really the officer don't need to have the hands into the techniques behind, right? Yeah, sorry, can you remind me the second question? Yeah, so the thing you have to ask yourself actually is, yeah, you're working with plastic waste, and it's, do I need a legal certification of it? I'm not here neither to sell you, like, tokenize everything. There are things that don't need to be tokenized, right? So if this plastic waste are being then converted into assets, yeah, you will want to have this certification that there was, I don't know, 100 tons of plastic here at this site, so yeah, that's basically how it works. You will connect, you as a user, to login. You will select your legal officer because the users has the free choice of who will be the legal officer. You will pick your legal officer in Kenya. It can be, there can be several ones, I mean, in Kenya. And then you'll be in touch with this officer who will basically ask you the information he needs to certify, right? And once he has everything, he will store everything on chain, right? Thank you.
Just a quick one, Ben. I just wanted to ask about your blockchain mechanics. So you're currently just a relay chain. You're not secured by Kusama or PolkaDot, only a relay chain. And if so, how many parachains do you have? Because you mentioned the diagram showed a couple of other chains around your relay chain. Do you have other chains? And if so, if you're just a relay chain, why do you need to be a parachain of PolkaDot?
Thank you. So actually, it's not, Login is not a relay chain, it's a standalone chain, which means it just acts independently. I'm not sure of the scheme you're referring about, but we don't have any parachain connected to Login. And so we want to connect as a parachain because actually Login is growing and more officers are onboarding, and we want this, the security that PolkaDot will bring, so that actually officers who will maintain the nodes don't have to care about this security, right? So they just have to focus on the few security they have, which means the keys, basically the keys that are used for them to access the IPFS, to produce the blocks, and that's it, right? Thank you.
Okay, my name is Chris. Thank you so much, Benjamin, for that presentation. During the course of your presentation, I was kind of fascinated. So I want to find out from you, since you are building a legal project, and in the Web3 space, we've seen a lot of crampdown, SEC crampdown on different protocols, especially DeFi protocols. And so I want to find out from you, do you have a kind of a guideline? And I did as a few months ago, the Web3 team and the team at Parity, they told us that DOT has morphed from security to a software. And so since you are building a legal project, I want to know, how do you intend to help projects who are currently facing legal actions? And do you have a kind of guideline to help these questions, this project? Second question is, you made mention of tokenization of assets, not just digital asset, but physical asset like real estate. And I want to find out, since we have a major challenge in terms of NFT, right? So NFT have a problem of liquidity. Like you can have an NFT when you want to exchange your NFT to probably to USDT or ETH or fiat. You find out that you might not be able to do that. So I want to find out how would you solve the problem of liquidity using your project? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. That's actually very important, yeah, to understand the Logion project. You ask about legal concerns, about things like being classified as a security or not for PolkaDot, for example. These are not the kind of thing that Logion covers. Logion doesn't cover, Logion covers the certification of assets, actually. So it means this is not tied to like legal consultancy or things like that. These are really service of certification. So yeah, everything related to this kind of very specialized, legal morphing, for example, of a token is outside the scope of Logion, basically. And secondly, you ask for the liquidity. Well, Logion is not an AMM. It's a very specialized chain, actually. So we're working with DeFi projects too, to certify that the assets that they have actually are real, so that the user who will come on these DeFi projects and use this, they can be safe about the reality about the assets behind, just like if FTX was certified by Logion, he wouldn't be bankrupt, That's this kind of things Logion does. But Logion doesn't manage, for example, the liquidity. It will only certify that this liquidity is there and exists if the project has been certified by Logion, right? Does that answer your question? Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, I have a question in terms of block equities when it comes to like law firms and when it comes to special commodities that need maybe communal ownership, maybe let's say shareables, maybe NFT shareables where every partaker has a piece ownership of the NFT. Now my question is like, does your system have ability to manage even shareable physical items?
Yeah, thanks for your question. That's very good too. So actually, yes, you can inside Logion certify that this asset is owned by, 10 different people. That's exactly where actually you will want a legal certification if that is a high value asset. Let's imagine, well, I took the example of the house, but I think that's of a building. I think that's a good example because a building is very high value. And so people who own this part of building, who co-own this part of building, they want this, legal security. So literally, yes, you can come to Logion, ask for a case, provide, of course, all the proof that you have about this asset, and you can certify this multi-ownership on-chain on Logion. Does that answer your question? Yeah, thank you.
So today in our African countries, we have most of the governments are moving their services to technology. So we found ourselves in a situation whereby we participate in trying to integrate solve their problems using blockchain technology. But at the same time, we find like backlash because most of the governments are seeing this technology as a threat to us or to them, let's say to them. So I want us to see if we can find out the idea how we can like explain to them, one, number two, they are seeing as a political tool. Like in the case of United States, we have two political sides, and one side is like pro big government, and the other side is like they want a smaller government. So the ones who are pro smaller government, the libertarians mostly, they are pro crypto because crypto somehow is about individualism and something like that. So when it is brought into view, many people feel like a threat to the other side of the ideological politics. That's my first question. Then number two is, I think we were trying to solve something like a monopoly in centralization when we shifted to decentralization, where big companies are like controlling our data and something like that. Even finance, they're the ones occupying the big share. So in blockchain, I don't know if it solves that issue or it's like jumping to another level of monopoly also, as far as in real time when we have disputes in something, we have lawyers intervening as a third party to try and look out who is on the right side of whatever it's on dispute. So in blockchain, we are saying code is the law. Like code will, because everywhere we have people of goodwill and badwill. So even in blockchain technology, we have two sides, hackers and the ones who are goodwill, something like that. So you might find yourself being in a situation where someone is violating your rights through the code, and we are saying code is the law. So I don't know if code will have that ability to interpret keenly or will lie on the side of someone who can interpret that law more than the other person, like a senior person, of which it can bring inequalities also between those people who understand code and those ones who users who don't understand this technology.
Wow, that's very large questions. Actually, this would deserve to talk about it a whole day. But I want just to emphasize your sentence who says code is the law. Code is the law actually only applies to assets who are digital only. So this can apply to, of course, a blockchain token. But how can you apply code is law to a real world asset? How can you apply this to your house? You know, how can you code everything that can say this is the law? I mean, human society is incredibly more complex than just a machine. And even though some machine can do impressive things, they will never be able to replace all this human part. And that's where Logion actually acts. Logion brings this human part that you need for the legal world, basically. You live in a world that is ruled by laws. If you didn't have laws, or if your laws were just code, it would probably be just anarchy. You know? And so yeah, at Logion, Logion doesn't pretend to build a tool where code is law. It pretends to use some cryptographic tools and technology to solve some problem of the real world, basically. But it can't replace everything. It can't be laws. Yeah. And as per your question about some political power seeing blockchain as a threat, I would say, but this is personal opinion, that this confusion is made because everyone thinks that blockchain is just crypto. And that's why we are here. We need to educate people on the fact that crypto, of course, is a basis of the blockchain, but blockchain is so much more than crypto. And that's actually what Logion is here to. It's very specialized. You know, Logion doesn't intend to compete with any of the projects that actually exist. You know, Logion intends to do this very specialized, you know, legal certification. And so we need, I think, to explain to this public and political powers that blockchain brings a technology that may solve a certain number of problems in the real life, but that blockchain is far way more than crypto, and that you can use blockchain basically almost without using crypto, right? But that's personal view. Well, I guess we're good. Thank you everyone for your question. That's highly interesting and that helps a lot to to scale and to see what are the concerns for the future of the project. So thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
Thanks so much, Benji. That was very, very insightful. Yeah, so that was our last presentation of the day for Safari Stage over here, but it's not the end of the day. Just another reminder, guys, with the animals, please, let's be very, very careful with them. We are their guests again. So, I don't know about you guys, but I'm very passionate about my community, and we are very, very heavy on onboarding local communities, right? So there's this thing called Kamusi DAO. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of it, but it's a DAO that onboards locals to their communities using their local languages, right? So we have a booth over there. We are encouraging contributions in your local languages, right? So the goal is to explain the basics of Web3 and the Web3 lingo in simple terms, and provide a word for it in your local language, right? So we have a booth over there. You guys are more than welcome. Please, please, please drop your contributions over there, whether it's in Swahili or if you guys are from Nigeria or Rwanda. We are very, very welcoming you guys to the booth over there. Karibuni sana.